If you can blow my phone up here.
Right here.
Oh,
Plus I brought it
2
up.
minutes until we
thank you.
air, 1 minute until live stream.
Let me go turn that down.
One minute until we air. We are now streaming.
Recording in progress.
Good evening, everybody. Happy Monday, the first Monday in November. At this point, we would like to call the Durham City Council meeting to order for this, the 6th day of November 2023. We certainly want to welcome you all who have joined us here in Chambers, and we would like to welcome those who are joining us remotely as well. Please join me in a moment of silent meditation before we get to the people's business. Thank you all. I will now recognize Councilwoman Freeman, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you. It's our practice to stand and salute the flag as we recite the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, if you will call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mayor O'Neill,
I am here.
Mayor Pro Tem Middleton,
I'm here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman,
Present.
Councilmember Holsey-Hyman,
Present.
Councilmember Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
We have two ceremonial items tonight. The first will be read by Councilwoman Holsey-Hyman, which is the Notary Public Day Proclamation, and I will follow that with a reading of Integrity Month.
Good evening to the residents of Durham, to my colleagues. It is such an honor to be here tonight. I am reading the Notary Public Day Proclamation. Whereas U.S. Notary Public Day was first observed in 1975 to recognize the service of notaries to national and international commerce, and whereas November 7th was specifically chosen as Notary Public Day in recognition of Thomas Fugel, the man who first took the title when he was appointed by the colony of New Haven on November 7, 1639. And whereas the city of Durham joins the county in recognizing National Notary Day, and whereas the City of Durham acknowledges the importance of notaries and notary publics, and whereas the North Carolina Notary Association supports the City of Durham by empowering knowledge, building community, and promoting sound professional standards of practice for the benefit and the protection of the public. And whereas the goal of North Carolina Notary Association is limiting risk to signers, employees, and all other who rely on the official act. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim November 7th, 2023 as Notary Public Day in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to take note of this observance. Witnessed by the hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, North Carolina, this 7th day of November, 2023.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, City Council members. I am Julie King. I co-chair the Planning Committee for the North Carolina Notary Association. And today we gather to celebrate National Notary Day, a special occasion dedicated to recognizing the invaluable role that notaries play in our society. Notaries are the unsung heroes of legal documentation, the guardians of truth and integrity in our official records. A notary's duty is to verify and authenticate important documents, ensuring their authenticity and preventing fraud. In a world filled with countless transactions and agreements, notaries provide an essential service that helps us navigate the complex web of legal documents with confidence. Notaries are entrusted with the responsibility of upholding the highest standards of professionalism, ethics, and impartiality. Their impartiality ensures that they serve as impartial witnesses, confirming the identities of signatories and ensuring that documents are executed accurately and willingly. This commitment to truth and accuracy is at the core of our legal system and underpins the trust we place in notaries. National Notary Day is a moment to express our gratitude to notaries for their dedication and commitment to the principles of honesty, integrity, and accuracy. They are the gatekeepers of our important life events and legal transactions, from property purchases and estate planning to business contracts and personal affidavits. So, on this National Notary Day, let us take a moment to appreciate the tireless efforts of notaries across the country. They play a crucial role in upholding the rule of law, protecting our rights, and facilitating the smooth functioning of our society. To all notaries in the state of North Carolina and the county and city of Durham, thank you for your hard work and commitment. Your dedication to the principles of trust and honesty is something we admire and depend on. Happy National Notary Day!
And thank you for that energy. Thank you.
Well, we heard the word once tonight, so it's very appropriate that we talk about Integrity Month. Whereas our daily lives are filled with news regarding inequity, discrimination, violence, and misinformation, often causing feelings of self-doubt, uncertainty, fear, and whereas the many daily acts of upholding our values, examining the past so history does not repeat itself, moments of tenacity and shared experiences of community members go unnoticed and not celebrated. And whereas, by recognizing the importance of integrity, all members of our community will be made aware of the importance of practicing honesty and having strong moral principles. And whereas the purpose of Integrity Month is to remember that behaving ethically, taking responsibility, and following your values is what makes a good leader and community member. And whereas we remember integrity is a characteristic maintained in public and behind closed doors, we remain firm in our values, and we can better recognize growth and conceptualize the gap and opportunities for the advancement of all people. Whereas we are all extraordinary, and our different paths allow us to show our strength and courage in numerous ways. Whereas we should be resilient in our morals, courageous, and authentic to ourselves, so we are striving for greatness and creating opportunities that enable Durham to be a welcoming, inclusive, kind, safer, and more secure place to live, work, and play. And whereas the City of Durham honors those who positively impact our community and world, regardless of age. Now, therefore, I, Elaine M. O'Neill, Mayor of the City of Durham, North Carolina, do hereby proclaim the month of November 2023 as Integrity Month in Durham, and hereby urge all residents to participate in extending grace, practicing patience, spreading kindness and respect, generosity and consideration of others always. Witness my hand and the corporate seal of the City of Durham, this the 6th day of November 2023. I'll now turn to my colleagues and see what announcements we have. I think we all had a pretty busy weekend of homecomings and the like, so I'll start to my left and see if we have any announcements. Councilwoman Hosey Hyman.
So I would like to welcome again all of the residents. It's so good to see all of you. We had a good weekend. I want to say happy homecoming again to my students at NCCU. I had the honor to be part of the parade, but also to have my students. I'm the advisor for Student Social Work Association, and they also walked. And we also had an alumni program with our social work students coming back. So I also just love the fact that it brought so much revenue and economic, into Durham. I mean, it was packed, and we had a wonderful time, so that's a very good thing. And so I also want to say, besides the fact that November 10th is a national holiday because it's my birthday, it is also National Forgive Me Not Day. It reminds Americans of the sacrifices returning soldiers have made on the United States and the issues around people who have lost limbs and things like that. So it's a National Forgive Me Not Day on November 10th. But also I want to say Happy Veterans Day to all veterans out there. Thank you.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm sure that somebody else was going to announce, but since I'm next, I'll go ahead and remind everybody that our municipal election is tomorrow. Please make sure that you get out and vote. Polls are open at 6:30 a.m. You do have to go to your polling place on Election Day. You can't just go anywhere you want, sorry. But if you need to know where you can vote, you can look that information up online at the Board of Elections website. Polls are open, I believe, until 7:30. Am I right? Yep. Until 6:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. And we're looking for a good turnout tomorrow here in Durham. So please remember to get out and vote. And please remember to bring your ID. You need a photo ID this election for the first time to vote. Thanks.
Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm not sure if anyone mentioned this, but tomorrow is municipal elections. Make sure you go and vote. I want to give a special shout out to a special guest that I had this evening. We toured City Hall, and he is on an assignment for an achievement with the Boy Scouts. So Oscar, are you still here? Oh, there he is. Thanks for coming out, Oscar. He is doing his civic duty. He is working toward an achievement. but he asked some very, very, very good questions. And Oscar, I really appreciate you and your dad being here this evening. Also, happy homecoming to NCCU. What a weekend. I'm so sorry to the neighbors who live on Fayetteville Street. I'm so sorry. And I'm guilty. I was a part of it. But we had a great time. We were out doing A&T. NCCU's homecoming is better than North Carolina A&T's now. I want to make sure everyone on the council heard that. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton. But yeah, happy homecoming, and it's great to see everybody. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Turn to my right now. Councilwoman Freeman.
Good evening, everyone. I think everyone will say that tomorrow is an election. I will just add that I do want to congratulate all the candidates that are involved in this election, and I do wish everyone a very safe and celebratory evening as we move forward. I did want to take a moment to say happy homecoming and to congratulate everyone on a very safe parade. I don't think folks understand how much goes into that. I think we had folks as far from Rocky Mount Police coming in to help out and make sure that our roads were safe and secure so that folks who were walking did not get hit. I know that there were folks from a number of county sheriffs and Durham Tech, NCCU, and the Durham County Sheriffs all are on site, and our Parks and Rec staff trying to make sure that everyone was licensed and able to move their vehicles in that parade. And so I do want to say that it takes a lot to make that thing happen, and each and every time that it does, it's a relief once it's done that no one is injured. And so I want to just make sure I lift that up. And I will also just note, I do want to say that I feel a sense of hopelessness that's taken hold in our country and then in the world and all that's been occurring, and it would be unlike me to not state that this is a moment where humanness has to show up in a way that we haven't seen before, and I'm really concerned about the dialogue and the way that we're treating one another as people. And so I know that there are differences and there are different ideologies, but we can't forget that we are all human. And so I do want to encourage us to not just act on integrity, but to also remember that we are all human beings, and we have to hold each other in that context. And so I do want to say, take good care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Tomorrow is the last day you can vote for participatory budgeting. It ends at midnight tomorrow. You can go to pbdurham.org and vote. Last time I heard we had close to 10,000 voters, and I think the goal is 12,000. That was probably last week. So we are very close to our goal. The other thing I'd encourage folks to do is we are in the middle of a cultural roadmap rewrite. It's where the city and county are doing about a year-long worth of work doing an analysis for arts and culture in the city of Durham, and there's currently a survey out right now. So please also do your part as a resident and fill out that survey so that we know what we need to continue doing around arts and culture and what else we need to improve upon. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening to you, ma'am, to my honorable colleagues, to friends and neighbors and residents in the chamber and those watching. Madam Mayor, just very quickly, first of all, let me associate myself with everyone who's stressed the importance of voting tomorrow, and let me also associate myself to congratulations to North Carolina Central University on what was an epic homecoming this weekend, and I hope that the economic impact that NCCU's been having on this city during their homecoming will be codified and exploited even more as we move forward. Congratulations, Eagles. Two very quick announcements, Madam Mayor. I want to congratulate Durham. There is a burgeoning and growing movement in our country around guaranteed income. It started as a trickle and has now become a steady flow. This past week, Business Insider National Magazine featured Durham's participation and highlighted Durham's guaranteed income pilot, which I think speaks well for the work we've done in our city. I want to send a special shout out to our partners at Step Up Durham and those who work so hard to model what it looks like to say that by virtue of your humanity, by virtue of your citizenship, we will not allow you to fall beneath a certain line, which is good economic policy. Economically stable people make better neighbors. So I want to congratulate Durham on their national attention that they've received for guaranteed income. Finally, Madam Mayor, I want to say last week, the issue that has held the world's attention for almost a month now played out on the stage here in Durham when Highway 147 was shut down by protesters and our police department responded. I want to congratulate our police department tonight on the job that they've done. Many people aren't aware that the Durham City Council is not in the direct chain of command of our police department. We don't give tactical orders. We don't disperse our crowds. We don't tell them how to behave. Our police department governs themselves according to state law, city law, the general orders of the department and the policies of the department. We have a council manager form of government. So it's really important that we elected types make sure that that firewall between professional workers is maintained and resist temptation to politicize that. So I want to say to any elected here in the city and in the state that our police department did an excellent job in preserving life and preserving property and making sure that the situation was resolved in a way that was favorable to our city and favorable to those, and the investigation is ongoing. Congratulations to Chief Andrews and to the men and women under her command, and congratulations on the great job they did last week. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We'll return to Councilwoman Hosey Allen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My colleagues, I'm asking for an excused absence on November 9th. I have a family matter in New York that I have to attend to.
All right, we will take that motion up now, as a matter of fact, if you all like.
So move.
It's been moved by Councilwoman Freeman, seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. All those in favor, if you would just sign by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed have the same right. Hearing none, you are hereby excused.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. As you all know, I was not supposed to be here tonight. I was supposed to be traveling, but I am here, and I'm glad to be here. Wanted to give a shout out to NCCU for a wonderful, wonderful homecoming. I enjoyed all of the festivities. That was one of the biggest homecomings that I've attended. Parade was wonderful. We had a great time. Congratulations to Coach Oliver and the NCCU football team and all of the many fans. I do have an announcement about Veterans Day as well, and this one I will read. If you notice, if you came in tonight, you will see that City Hall is green, I believe. It is green. And that is in advance of the upcoming Veterans Day holiday. Durham City, County Government, and the Durham County Veterans Services Department are calling upon residents to light up porches and other outdoor areas green from November 6th to November 12th this year, 2023, as part of Operation Greenlight, OGL. Operation Greenlight is a new national collaborative initiative created by the National Association of Counties, NACO, to support military veterans, as well as raise awareness about the unique challenges faced by many veterans and the resources that are available at the county, state, city, and federal level to assist veterans and their families. City Hall will be green during this period as well. A special thanks to DCM Winbush, Chief of Staff Camisha Wallace, Mr. Kevin Lilly, Ms. Gina Probst, and the General Service Department for making this happen. Thank you to you all. And to our veterans, we look forward to celebrating with you on Friday. Also, I have an announcement about some council business in terms of our employee salaries. We had evaluations, and the report will now be given. I do want to preface it by some remarks from Professor Robert Joyce of the Institute of Government, because it was a little different this year. I do appreciate Mayor Pro Tem for handling the logistics of the process this year, but this year our process was slightly different. Last year we used a weighted memo type outline. That was not used this year. I did check with the Institute of Government to make sure that I wasn't in violation by making that public. There was a different process. It was done by majority vote this year. And also, I wanted to make sure that I was able to say that process was the decision of the majority of the council. So the majority of the council for City Manager Page, her salary was $265,200. It will now be increased to $275,808. For our clerk, Diana Schreiber, her salary was $107,302. It will now go to $113,740.12. And for our attorney, Kim Rayberg, it was $219,102. It will now be $249,102. So that will be the conclusion of my announcements for this evening, and we will now turn to our priority items by our city manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and members of the Durham City Council. I have 3 priority items for you. Agenda item number 13, which is the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street. Update, additional information has been provided in response to questions raised by City Council. Agenda item number 17, the Upper Neuse River Basin UNRBA Consensus Principles 2 for the revised Falls Lake Nutrient Management Strategy. A presentation was made during the October 19th, 2023 work session. Additional information has been provided in response to questions raised by City Council. And finally, agenda item number 23, zoning map change, Cortez Drive Townhouses, Attachment J, comprehensive plan, consistency was added. Thank you. That is all I have for you this evening.
Thank you, City Manager Page. I will now turn to our city attorney for any priority items you may have.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the council. It's good to see you. The city attorney's office has no priority items this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we turn to our city clerk to see if she has any priority items.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The city clerk's office has 1 priority item. We've added a supplemental item, the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointment item. It had been inadvertently left off a previous agenda, so we're adding it this time.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
The next order of business is the consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of items that the council has previously considered in a work session. All items on the consent agenda may be approved by a single vote of the council. Items may be removed from the consent agenda by a council member or a member of the public, and those items will be considered separately at the end of the meeting tonight. I will now read through the entire agenda at this time. Item number 1, the Housing Appeals Board's appointment. Number 2, the Durham Historic Preservation Commission appointment. Number 3 is the Durham Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission appointment. 4, the Durham Workers' Rights Commission appointment. 5, the Underutilized Business Compliance Performance Audit, September 2023. Number 8 is 2023 Revised Statewide Mutual Aid Agreement. Number 9 is the American Rescue Plan Act ARPA Project Transformative Justice Program. 11, September 2023 Bid Report. Item 12 is the Utility System Revenue Bond Anticipation Note, Series 2023. Item 14, change order number 3 to the construction services contract with Chatham Civil Contracting LLC for the Beechwood Cemetery Expansion Project. Item 16, agreement to fund the establishment of the Bull City Equitable Development Fund operated by Built to Last Innovations Lab, Inc., using City of Durham grant funds. Item 17 is the Upper Neuse River Basin Association, UNRBA, Consensus Principles 2 for the revised Falls Lake Nutrient Management Strategy. And a presentation was made during the October 19, 2023 City Council work session. Item 18 is the utility extension agreement with DR Horton, Inc. to serve Brightleaf North. Item 19, contract for lawn care and landscaping services at the Waste Disposal and Recycling Center, WD and ROC. Item 25, Commerce Street Apartments, LLC, Affordable Housing Loan Commitment. We turn to our general business agenda. Item 13 is the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street update. And I believe that item is going to be pulled. What's that? What was going to happen?
It's
We have to. It's on GB. All right. It doesn't need to be pulled. It's already pulled. Item 20, zoning map change, Hopson Road Multifamily, and these are the public hearings. Item 21, zoning map change, Cortez Drive Townhouses. Item 22, zoning map change, Millhouse Townes. Item 23, zoning map change, Durham Summit. Item 24, Consolidated Annexation, Perry Farm. Our supplemental item, item 26, is the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee appointments. I am now ready to entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Move.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. I think we have our clickers tonight. Let's see if they work. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. It is not coming up. You don't have it? All right. Clicker's not working. Let us do it by raising of the left hand.
Here it goes.
That is unanimous.
I think it's working now, ma'am.
It is working now? Okay. All right. We have a unanimous vote on that item. All right. Now we will turn to our general business items. And we will start with item 13, which is the redevelopment. Wait a minute. We had something on item number 5. Maybe that was supposed to be pulled. Let me put that there. Let's go back and make one correction. We have item 5, which is the MWBE. Ms. Stella Adams.
It's on consent, but she pulled.
You were asking that to be pulled, is that correct, ma'am? All right, so we will need to pull the item, it was on consent. So we have to pull that item. So we will pull number 5, and that will be handled later. Okay, thank you. We have one speaker for that. Ms. Adams, if you will come and be heard at this time, we have already taken the vote, but we definitely want you to be heard. So we will let you come on and be heard on that matter. And item number 5, and that is my error out on that, is the underutilized business compliance performance audit, September 2023. Is that the item? Okay.
That is the item, and as I'm a proponent for it, I just want to put on the record that I'm deeply disappointed in the findings of this audit, deeply disappointed. And a review of several past agendas of the City Council shows that there have been multiple opportunities where this could have been met and were not. The General Service Office routinely says there's no MWBE small business required for this transaction, routinely, including on tonight's number 13, item number 13, 505 project. The the community development is failing on its commitment to MWBE on the affordable housing bond. Failure. I want to say that once the majority of the funds of the contracts awarded were awarded when I was participating on the Affordable Housing Implementation Committee and routinely demanding action. Once I was too sick to do that work, nobody did it. And the number barely changed in the 18 months since I got off that board. This is a failure of the city departments with the responsibility to implement the minority women's business and the small locally owned businesses. To say that there is no such thing required on the 505 project when 7 out of the 8 respondents are from out of town and out of state. How they don't have staff on the site to build this. They're going to have to hire. And that means there's a subcontracting opportunity for minority construction, for women-owned construction. And so we need not only to do a study, but we need to audit general services and community development, which have the bulk of the contracts coming through. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments this evening, Ms. Adams, and I apologize for us taking that vote before you had an opportunity to speak to us. We will now turn our attention to item 13, which is the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street update. And we will hear first from our staff.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem. Stacy Poston, City of Durham General Services Department. I'm available to answer any questions that council may have.
You all have any questions? We do have a couple of speakers as well. Want to do the speakers first? All right, Ms. Adams, you're up again for this item, and you'll be followed by Mr. Will Gully, former Mayor Will Gully. And we do have a couple of, well, we have at least one other person online since Ms. Adams is here.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Stella Adams, 4128 Cobblestone Place in Durham. I'm going to start by asking a member of council, when the opportunity affords itself, to ask about the requirement being placed in the RFP for minority and women-owned participation, for small, locally owned business participation in the project to be a scored component of the RFP. I am also concerned that there is not a true commitment to affordable housing. This is our last best opportunity for affordable housing in the city. And affordable housing has to have some subsidy to it. So having this land, selling this, and having a developer really develop property, we need a percentage. 80%, 80 units as a requirement and nothing more is ridiculous when there is the opportunity to develop over 100 units of affordable housing for 60% a median. We can't have city workers and county workers and school teachers who cannot live in Durham. Here is an opportunity here is an opportunity for the city to commit in the RFP to wanting to provide affordable housing units, workforce housing units for our municipal and county employees through this RFP. We got to get the RFP right. We've got to encourage the developers to develop more affordable housing. We don't need another boutique hotel. We need affordable housing. That's what you were elected to provide. You were not here to build what the private sector can and has the resources to build. But you are here to provide for the least of these and those who are essential to build in the city. You have to have housing for your workers and your workforce. And so I'm going to say, give me some minority business, women-owned business, local business in the RFP with points. Give points for providing more than 80 affordable units.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Members of Council, thank you all for your time and attention tonight. We know that this work at 505 East, West Chapel Street has been a labor of love and work for you all, for the staff, which has worked long and hard on it, and for a lot of folks in the community. I'm Whip Gully. I am a Durham resident. I'm here speaking not just on behalf of the Coalition for Affordable Housing and Transit, but as Stella indicates, the Durham Committee on the Affairs of Black People has worked with a group that includes the Durham branch of the NAACP, that includes CAN, the Congregations, Associations, and Neighborhoods, that includes the People's Alliance, and that includes the Duke Memorial UMC Methodist Church across the street from this property. 6 organizations that I think have had this wonderful working relationship for the last 8-9 months and have come together around a vision statement that we think really represents what will be good for this community and needed in this community at the 505 site. We know that a lot of work's gone into the RFP that you have before you, and you all have spent some time with it yourself, and now you know what at a party with friends you can entertain them with, because nobody will know what RFP means, but you do. And the reason the RFP is so important is because it's the document that'll tell the 5 or 6 developers who are going to be interested in this, this is our vision for what we want to see happen here. This is the time to say, these are the things that are important to us as a community we want to see happen, and it's there in the RFP. I'd like to tell you that the RFP, as it's before you, is one that speaks to your #1 priority, the one that you listened to folks in the community, you adopted back in February, and of course we agree with you on it. But this is not an RFP that does that. I could talk for a long time about it, but I'm going to try and do it within the few minutes I have left. 2 key changes we think would strengthen and improve this RFP and make it much more of an affordable housing initiative. One is to direct staff, if you will, to change the scoring for the affordable housing component of the proposals. When staff proposed it to you all at the Committee of the Whole a couple of weeks ago, they said, we're going to have, they'll call it highly advantageous, advantageous, and not advantageous, but let's just call it high, medium, and low, okay? They said, if any proposal gives you 80 units, which is the minimum required, they get a high score. And we said, well, wait a minute, there's no incentive there to encourage anybody to do more than that. I'll put 80 up, I've got the highest rating I can go, and then I'll go on to the other parts of the proposal. So we brought that to staff's attention. Staff has responded with a memo that you have tonight saying, let's change that and say that 80 units get you a medium score, and more than 80 gets you a high score. More than 80, folks, is 81. That's not going to get it. We have suggested to staff, we suggest to you that a good scoring could be, let's have 80, which is your #1 priority, the minimum, be a low score. It's a score, but it's a low score. Let's have 85 to 95 be medium, and let's have 95, greater than 95, 96 or above be high. That's an incentive to the developers to tell them, you all compete to see who can do the best for us. It's not a requirement. It just encourages that competition. Let's see what the developers and the economic market says. Madam Mayor, am I out of town? Am I out of time?
I'll let you finish your last point. You'll do that as
I appreciate it. I'm very
mayor.
grateful. The other thing is we're concerned about a requirement, and some of the council members have educated me here about being overly prescriptive, and I actually agree with them. This is the time to see what the development community can do. To require a minimum of 250,000 square feet of commercial space, and I know commercial can be all sorts of stuff, does two things. That's more than 3 Milton small buildings on that property, if you want a sense of the size and the dimensions that takes up on that property. It's not small. And it says we can't do other things we want to do there, like housing, which we think really ought to be the predominant use. So we would like to suggest that rather than a requirement, the council consider directing staff to say, let's have a range of commercial use between 100,000 and 250,000 square feet. And let's make that not something we require of people, but ask something to folks sitting in a proposal to recommend, and it's a goal of the city, and we'd like to see it. It's a goal, it's an aspirational aim, and then let's see what the development community tells us about what they want to do. Our group's had a chance to speak with 5 of the 6 developers in the last couple of weeks for an hour each. None of them asked for 250,000 square feet, and a couple of them said, that makes no sense. So that's the feedback. We appreciate y'all's consideration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll turn now to our caller who's online. Ms. Vanessa Evans would like to speak to this issue as well. Ms. Evans, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. You have 3 minutes.
It's not going to take that long. I just wanted to say good evening, Mayor O'Neill, to all the council members. I want to just say that everything that Mr. Webb Gully and Stella Adams has spoke on, there's no need in me being redundant and speaking of the same things. But I feel that we need to make sure that there are spaces for all people. And it was promised in the beginning that it would be affordable housing in this particular space. And I'm hoping that as Durham grows, I'm loving what I'm seeing, but at the same time, I would like to see that there are spaces for people to stay in who cannot afford to pay $200,000 for a space, or $2,000 a month for a space. I feel that we need to make sure that when we say affordable, affordable is what it says. And the essential workers that work in Durham, I've talked to a lot of them, and they're saying, they don't want to have to move out of Durham or be pushed into other areas and have to drive into Durham. I'm hoping that Durham can be a space of what it has been in the past, and it can grow into something even more beautiful as we do grow Durham. But please think about the people who are already here as we grow into a new future. Thank you, and y'all have a blessed evening.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. We will now turn to comments or questions from council at this time.
Good evening, Stacy Poston, City of Durham General Services.
Mayor Pro Tem, you have any?
I was actually, I don't want to put her on the spot. Councilmember Johnson I was going to yield to her if she wanted to lead off since she had placed it on GBA from the dais.
Sure.
If that's okay, I don't mean to.
Yeah, I can go first. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. So, yeah, thank you for the additional information about the affordable housing commitment and the analysis from HRNA about the commercial space. I feel like, and probably most of us agree, we've been through this process a number of times. This is probably our last shot to get it right. Nobody is going to want to send this back to the drawing board again. And so the things that I'm trying to balance are putting out an RFP that both gets us what we want, but also gives the development team enough flexibility to allow for proposals that are feasible to come to us, even if they're not exactly what we want. So the changes that I think even after reading the HRNA analysis, I still feel like requiring 250,000 square foot of commercial space doesn't give the kind of flexibility that I'm looking for. If that much commercial space is good for the project, if the development team can make that happen, then I feel great about that. But I don't know that it's something that we should require, because I don't think that that's necessarily our highest priority. I do think that it's reasonable to give more points for more affordable housing. I don't have in mind a particular schema for that, like this many you get this points, this many you get this points, but I think that it makes sense, given that 80 is our minimum, to reward performance, to reward folks who are providing more than 80 units of affordable housing. A couple other concerns that were brought up by the community around the hotel. I feel sort of neutral on that. The hotel is given as a potential option for some of the commercial space. We're not requiring a hotel. We're not really even suggesting a hotel. We could leave it in there. We could not leave it in there. I don't really think it matters. And I understand that we'll have to go through a city-initiated rezoning process if we were to do less than 250,000 square feet of commercial space. But I think we can do that. I'm not. It's some administrative work, but I think if it's going to get us a better project, it's worth doing. Milton Small Building is still a big question. Personally, I don't think that saving that building is worth the expense. I understand that there are some folks on council who disagree with that. I don't see a problem with requiring the developers to give us a proposal that keeps the building and one that doesn't keep the building, but I do think that we'll get much better proposals with, I think that we'll get most better proposals overall without preserving the building. And I would be fine with not requiring a proposal from each developer that preserves the building. If they want one that preserves the building, that's great, but preserving the building isn't really a priority for me. So yeah, I guess that's it. I support putting in a stronger incentive in the proposal for more affordable housing. I support reducing the minimum amount of commercial space, and anything else that folks think would add, either colleagues or staff would add some flexibility into this that would make it more likely that we get a viable project, a viable proposal, because I know that none of us want to have to go back out there and do this for a third time. Thank you.
Councilman Williams? Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. No, okay.
Okay, no, thank you, Mayor, and thanks for yielding, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Johnson stated a lot of what I was going to actually say. I think the main thing here is we're not creating the RFP. We are creating capacity for the RFP. And I'm probably who Mayor Gully is talking about in regards to being too prescriptive. We don't want to tie the hands of the folks that are going to have to make this work. So the 250,000 square feet of commercial space hasn't been defined, but requiring that we need a little flexibility to be able to determine if it's required 250,000 square feet, then is that taken away from the ability to add more housing? But I also understand that we have to have enough commercial to offset whatever cost may be here. So I don't want to go into the RFP requiring X, saying it must be a max or whatever, but more so, the more affordable units provided, the higher the score should be. I also remember back when South Point Mall was being built, it was a lot of advocacy around minority and women-owned companies being a part of it. I'm not sure what Ms. Stella Adams was referring to, whether it was the project, like the building of it, or actually being in the actual space as owners or tenants. But for this, I would say at least I think that's a great idea when it comes to just working with minority-owned companies, women-owned companies. Scoring looks really good if you're diversifying your workforce. In the companies that are helping you build it. So as far as the 80 units, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not saying it must be 80. It's more so like upwards, correct?
So Stacy Poston. The unit count for highly advantageous, we have changed the language now, so it will say 80 or more. So previously, we had in parentheses, sort of, sorry, can't see here. Bear with me a second. So we had in parentheses previously something that was unclear, and so we agree with the housing advocates we've been in discussion with that a modification of that to indicate that more than 80 units of affordable housing would receive a highly advantageous score. 80 units would be just advantageous, and below a threshold of 80 units would be not advantageous. So we recognize that there's going to be some breakpoints there. In previous solicitations we have received, I think in the first round, up to 90 units when we had some developers who differentiated amongst themselves. So while we may get some at 81 units, we may also get some as they're competing with each other in the solicitation process with them not being able to see each other's proposals as they come in. So we don't know what the developers are going to provide to us in this scenario.
So I guess the balancing act is not to be too prescriptive, but at the same time, we do have to have some baseline. And so if someone goes below 80, that's very problematic. I'm assuming would be very problematic in the eyes of the council. However, the more the merrier, the more the better, because this is a competition. And if someone comes in like 81, is there a way to set a higher threshold to where there's not like a verbal loophole there?
Sure. I mean, council.
But would we be too prescriptive again, or?
I mean, we certainly are open to direction. I would remind council again that for each unit of affordable housing, there's a negative land value around $100,000. So if you added an additional 20 units, you're looking at an additional subsidy of $1.6 million for every 20 units you add. And that obviously is a range, and it's probably a little soft at this point, but just. So we are flexible and looking for some direction on that. So it just increases the subsidy we would need to provide for the project to advance.
And considering that, what was the cost for the Milton Small Building to just get it back to shell or functionality?
Sure. So we had MVP do an analysis for us. It was $17.4 million to bring the Milton Small Building up to a viable, what they call a vanilla shell condition. Additionally, to bring it up to usable, occupiable space, there was another $5.4 to $6.3 million. So all in, we'd be looking at $22 to $23 million on the expense side for the renovation and improvement of that building to bring it back to an occupiable, usable, commercial type space.
And for every 20 units, we're looking at about 1.2 mil?
1.6.
1.6 million?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I want to thank all of our friends from the community for coming out tonight. I want to, I just want to frame this discussion, or at least put this discussion in some historical context relative to the last time we did this. First off, full disclosure, I'm a member of just about every organization that signed on to that letter, save for the United Methodist folk. They're still reviewing my application, the church. First off, I agree with codifying the language that more units get a more favorable scoring. But in a de facto sense, that's precisely what happened already because of the ethos of the previous council. We actually, by default, looked more favorably on developers who brought more affordable units. So, and you can go back and look at our deliberations. So if we're going to codify that's cool with me, but that's something that kind of naturally flowed from us anyway. I would also, remind folk that the 80 units and the 250,000 square feet are not random numbers that we just picked out of the air. The council didn't come up with the 80 units. It was the community that recommended the 80 units to begin with, at least the 80 units. So that didn't come from the dais. So I just want to be clear about that. That was a concession, and there were many voices. There were the historic preservation people who were part of the conversation who are not here tonight. There were the folk who thought that the memories of the police station evoked memories and the specter of a racist past and wanted the building torn down. They're not here. So there are a number of voices, and one of the things I said before is I want to keep fidelity with all of the voices that participated in the robust community engagement that we had. The RFP came from what we're doing right now. The way we got, the RFQ, the request for qualifications were based upon essentially what we're doing again now. So there is some, I just want to keep faith with what we communicated and what we represented to all of our constituents at the beginning of this process. The 250,000 square feet is a number that was scientifically generated based upon everything we said we wanted to do there. And what's interesting is that some of the organizations that asked for more than 80 units, that are asking for more than 80 units tonight, also asked for space for artists and not-for-profits. That's part of the 250,000 square feet. They also asked for a grocery store. That's part of the 250,000 square feet. They also asked for the possibility of the Museum of Durham relocating or having some type of satellite there. That's part of the 250,000 square feet. Hotel or not hotel, that's part of the 250,000. Anything non-residential, that 250,000 square feet is a catch-all for all of the other things we said that we wanted there. So if we're saying we want to diminish that number for more affordable housing units, and you're never going to get an argument from me for more affordable housing. But it was made very clear from members of our community that there were a number of things we wanted to accomplish there. Affordable housing being at the top of the list, but it was not the only thing. And we have to keep faith with what we told people in the conversation we had. We also said we wanted it to be an economic engine. We also said we wanted it to be an activated, open public space, exciting public space. We said we wanted to have a bunch of things going on there. That's what we represented, and that's what the RFQ represented. And I want to keep faith with that. I know how we got to 250,000 square feet, and the consultant had all kind of metrics and calculus and science. If I mess with that number within myself, I can't tell you what the science would be other than 250,000 just sounds like too much to me. So if I said 100,000, it's because it's less than 250,000, but I can't tell you that that's based upon expertise and kind of the calculus of all the space we need for all of the, not competing, but collaborative and complementary interests that we want at that space. So, and when the consultant stood and told us 250,000, I'm glad Councilmember Johnson brought it up. I understood that to me, and again, some of the organizations tonight, Durham Committee wants, a salute to the past of Hayti and Old West Durham. That's part of that 250,000 square feet. Whatever we do that salutes that past and celebrates that past. So it's a catch-all number, and the number is all-inclusive. Now, that's what happened. Now, if we want to say, okay, forget that and let's do more units, I have no problem with that. But I want to be full-throated honest. That's what the conversation was. Go back and look at the tapes. So if we want to do all that stuff, I would need to know if we're going to tweak that 250,000 number, which I understand the science that gave us that number. I would need to know what is the science of tweaking it other than it just viscerally feels too high. And I'd like to be able to intelligently explain that to constituents when we do it. The other thing is, when we get RFPs back, that's not the end. We can still have a conversation. We can still tweak. We can say no. We've said no before when they come back if it doesn't comport with our values. But I do want to honor the work that's already been done. I do want to keep faith with the representations that we've made to all of our constituents and all of the city. I definitely want affordable housing to be a priority there. I want to score higher for those who bring more units, but I also want to keep faith with all the other things we said we wanted to do there. And that 250,000 number is our attempt to do that. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Looking to Councilwoman Freeman and Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to be really quick. I am open to putting a range of sorts with the, 81 units should not be highly advantageous. That's the end of that. However y'all need to frame it, I don't really, wordsmith it the way you want. But I've created rubrics and I've scored plenty of professional documents that have come through as a consultant. And however we need to fix it so that it's not 81 units gets you the A+, that would be my ask. I appreciate that y'all are almost there. As far as the commercial piece of it, I think that I raised some concerns at the last council, during our work session, I should say. And then just a question for y'all, because it's in here, where it like lists all the square footage, and it's got the Chesterfield, Durham ID, A and B. Could somebody tell me if that space is fully rented out?
Thank you for the question, council member. Mark Kubacik, HRNA. So for the spaces we looked at, those are all, we chose those intentionally because they're recent spaces that have been developed. And I think with the exception of Roxborough, those are almost all fully leased. Yeah, so we're going right down the line. So the Chesterfield is 100% leased. Durham ID is Durham ID Building A is 97% leased. Durham ID Building B is 93% leased. 555 Mangum was 76% leased, and I think they've had a lease since we pulled that data, so that number is higher. And then Roxborough at the Venable, which just opened about a year ago, still does not have a tenant. And this is all just to cite the source. This is from CoStar, which is sort of a universal real estate database.
Yeah, do you know, so I walk by the Durham ID building often enough, and I don't consider that to be a particularly activated streetscape, and probably not what folks envisioned when it was built several years ago, pre-pandemic. And I think it took them a minute to get where they are. So I guess my question is, that was all privately developed. I know the city helped with the Chesterfield. What happens if it takes 4, 5, 6 years to fill that commercial space? Because the market around commercial is just really, really wonky. I mean, we know that.
Yeah, so thank you again for that question. My initial thought is, there's no immediate telling of how the market will respond to new space. What we're seeing generally in the market is tenants across office and lab, and this is in cities across the United States, not just in Durham, newer spaces are attracting tenants. And so, especially newer spaces in highly amenitized areas like a downtown Durham. So what happens if it's vacant for 4 to 6 years? I mean, we're seeing different buildings across the United States that are facing vacancy issues. Typically, it's not the newer buildings that are facing those issues. I'm not saying that's applicable to every building that's ever been built over the last 5 years, but again, this is just a natural trend. Employers are looking for high-quality spaces that will bring talent in for office back to the office, for lab that will excite people to work in those spaces.
Thank you. Is there a way, so because I raised this at the work session, I know y'all were prepared because y'all are always prepared for us. Is there a way to frame the language in the same way around the requirement? Again, I don't want folks to get dinged because they couldn't figure out how to program this thing for not getting that 250 square feet of commercial in there. That's my concern. I think a lot of folks are, quite frankly, kind of scared to do that, right? And so again, how do we incentivize in the right way? And that's the same with the affordable housing and the commercial, and without being as, and this is why we put it on GBA, so that we could continue this conversation. So those are my asks. I know that we make this hard for y'all, so thank you. And yeah, that's it. How do we maximize the affordable housing without, with rewarding folks for giving us as much as they can and not rewarding folks for giving us 81 units? And same with the commercial. How do we, again, not penalize folks if they can't get to that 250,000 square feet? And those are my concerns.
Thank you. Yep.
Councilwoman Freeman?
I would just say a few things specifically. I think from work session, just repetitively, I think the 250,000 square feet is a good minimum. Just noting that we do have an opportunity with it being in the West End to connect again to Hayti, and that is the space to do it in. And 250,000 square feet can go up. It does not necessarily have to be one story. I think an amphitheater is also a possibility, and we do not need to limit those possibilities. I think also that having additional apartment units, I mean, when it initially came, it had 120, I think. I think it was around 120. I do want to say that how we get there is frustrating, because this should actually be sitting in the economic development arm of our city, and it's in general services. You've done what you can with how you can. And I also would echo the sentiments of Ms. Adams in stating that it is very frustrating when you see 0% in any project. So those are the things that are of an issue for me. I like the RFP. I would have liked it better if it had separated out the units to come now, because I feel like this commercial conversation is going to continue, and it's holding up the units that could be on the ground next year. And so we can continue to keep kicking this ball around, but I think breaking it off as an actual separate piece of property so that we could say we want 200 units is the actual honest way to move forward. And saying that most of them, if not all, should be affordable at 100, 180, 60% AMI. If we want to be prescriptive in that way, then we should. But to play with the whole property and hold it up even longer just makes me frustrated, that's all. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jose Hyman.
Yeah, so I just really want to make sure that the rubric is something that they can understand, because I know in the past it was like, oh, they had the rubric, and how they're interpreting it does not really come out in terms of how the RFP is being actually, I would say, written, right? So I know that I kind of liked what you said in terms of like the 80, because you talk about more than 8, you could do 81. We don't want that. So can you just kind of speak again to the level of rubric that you had, if you don't mind?
Madam Mayor, with your leave, thank you. Thank you. Yes, ma'am. The suggestion is, rather than give the highest rating for 81 units, you say 80 units is our #1 priority, and it's the minimum. So that gets a low rating. We're happy to see, but that's a low rating. And then you incentivize developers to do better than that by saying, however, if you give something on the order of, and this is just a suggestion, 85 to 95, that gets you up to a medium rating. And if you give more than 95, say 96 units on up, that gets you a high rating. None of that's required. 80 is all that's required, but it says to them, this is something we're really interested in, and that would incentivize them to do better.
Thank you, and I would like to see that. That's why I asked you to repeat it, because I think it's innovative and it's thinking outside the box, and that's what we need. Yeah, I just, and the other thing is that I just want to make sure that the request of the community is going to be in this. So in terms of the non-for-profit space, the grocery stores that I'm hearing that the community wanted, the space for artists, like all those things that the community are talking about, I just want to make sure that they are going to be upheld. I know we can't kind of pigeonhole it, but I just don't want this to continue to go on and then we're down the line and the things that the community has been asking for is kind of pushed under the rug. So I just want to make sure. I'd love to see if we could do something relying on what his rubric was, and also making sure that we are really adhering to what the community have been asking for. I know we were at a meeting recently with CAN, and we all said, yes, 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 we're going to have the grocery store, we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And now we're sitting here, and that seems to be kind of be pushing under the rug, and I just don't want that to happen again. So that's just my thoughts and statements. Thank you.
Councilman Williams?
Yeah, I think we're mostly saying the same thing, actually. And that's why I said I don't think we're not creating an RFP here tonight. We're creating capacity for it, so we don't want to be too prescriptive. I actually agree mostly with what Councilmember Freeman is saying. You know, like, so I think we're all pretty much saying the same thing. Mayor Pro Tem actually said it as well. Like, this is a competition, and may the best proposal win, and the council will have to determine that. And obviously, our priorities have been, put out there. So I agree with you. I think we're mostly saying the same thing. But
Use the rubric standpoint of what the gentleman, can we use that? Because is that something that we could?
I think that's what we are saying. What Mayor Gully was saying, the same thing Councilmember Caballero just said, like 80. Yeah. We're all saying the same thing.
Let me see if I can sum up where I think we are. I think we're all pretty much saying the same thing. The question is process and how to keep it moving to address what I think are the three concerns that I've heard raised by my colleagues. One is the scoring aspect of the affordable housing. The second would be the requirement of commercial space and what size that is. And the third would be minority participation. Would those be the three issues that have been raised from the dais tonight that we would like to kind of tweak? So the question is how best to get that done and keeping this process going. I think Councilwoman Freeman does have a question, but those are the three issues that I've heard raised. And so I've asked the city manager to speak to process on how we can make those requests, how we can accommodate those requests in keep this flow going. Councilwoman Freeman, and then I'll turn to our city manager.
Thank you. I would just add to that the question of if we actually have to, if it is mandatory that we do an RFP process in order to do this, rather than just acknowledging that if we want to do the affordable housing, that we actually pick a affordable housing provider and move forward with that, knowing that we need to move it as an actual landowner, and then allow for something different to occur on the rest of the property. And I keep asking that question, but I've never gotten an answer.
Let me turn to our city manager to kind of outlay a process, and then I'll come to you, Mayor Pro Tem, as to how we can kind of move this forward. City manager.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So the item before you this evening is a draft of a request for proposal that we will be providing to developers to be our partners in redeveloping the land that we own. We would need to provide them the clearest direction possible. So because that draft has already been drafted, if we change the language in the draft, we just actually need to be, be very clear with what needs to change if we're going to keep it on for vote this evening. If you wanted us to postpone it for, whatever reason, to come back with language that has been drafted, then it would not be able to be approved or proceed tonight. With the items that you, and I'm looking at staff who's sitting in the back, with the first three items that you have been discussing, those items generally, I believe, could be discussed here, right here tonight, and the changes made. Doing the change that Councilwoman Freeman has mentioned would be a significant change to the request for proposal, and it would not be able to be built into these changes this evening.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I thank my colleagues for this conversation. I just, in order, I think that the language around a more favorable score for more units, I think that that's ready to move tonight. Again, I would just reiterate the 250,000 square feet. I would just remind my colleagues that in terms of capacity to meet that, we have done an RFQ, which by definition means we have vetted these developers and they should be well capable of delivering a project within these parameters. That's what the RFQ is for, to make sure. So capacity should not be a question. If they come back with under 80, that's not just unfavorable. To me, that's disqualifying because we said at least 80 units. And finally, the MWBE language is something that guides us internally. My colleagues will remember that the final two choices that we had, Ackridge and Fallon, there was a who's who of Black Durham lined up on either side of the room for each development team because there was an intentional leaning in by virtue of our culture that already exists within the organization. it was black everywhere on both sides, and it was kind of competing. So that's not for us to tell the developer. Now, as they, go through supply chain and do subcontracting, we'll certainly look for that. But we had pretty good representation when we had the other two from that process. So our internal culture, we've got a Department of Equity here in the city, so we've got safeguards in there already within our culture that showed itself at the last time, and I'm sure it'll show itself now. If my colleagues want to tweak the 250,000, the only reason I'm not comfortable tweaking it is because I understand the science that gave us this number now. Me tweaking it now would just be me tweaking it, not based upon any market studies, not based upon any specialized knowledge, just because it looks high. But again, I would remind us that there's a Councilmember Halsey Hyman pointed out, we're talking about all these great things we want in addition to public housing at that spot. That's what the 250,000 square feet represents. Let's let the developers, like we did before, bring back some projects and look at them. We'll have something graphic in front of us that we can at least start the conversation more substantively. And if we don't like any, we can throw them out. We can still do this. Sending this RFP out tonight will not hamstring us or prevent us from having further conversation. I propose that we move on this. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Freeman.
Thank you. I would agree with most of the points that Councilmember or Mayor Pro Tem Middleton attributed to this process. And I would just note for the council that there is a concern on the minority participation because we just heard from the audit that we're missing our mark in that. And so I do want to be a little bit more prescriptive in that area, just knowing that if we're not making sure that that's a requirement, it is possible that it can send the wrong message to other contractors that come forward. Because we just have to figure out how to do better internally. Other than that, I do agree that we can move forward tonight. I'm just noting that if we really want to do this affordable housing piece, there's a way to do it, and pretending is just not my thing tonight. I just don't have the patience. So if we're ready to move forward, I would make the motion if you'd like, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Halsey Hyman. Turn your mic on.
I really would like to see the language change in terms of the rubric that was presented. I'd like to see that in terms of the rubric that you have presented. Is there a way to do that? Is my council, yeah.
Madam Mayor, with your permission, ma'am, to Dr. Hyman's point, I think it is. I agree with you, and I think the staff is going to, in fact, tweak the language to, I see them nodding. So I think that's a yes to your point. I agree. I associate myself with your point.
So what I'm hearing, Ms. Constant, Stacy, she's always good at Ms. Constant. If I,
Stacy.
so we have the three issues that I think we would like for you all to tighten up, but I think we're all in agreement that we will move tonight and leave that in your capable hands to do that. The first one, of course, is the scoring of the affordable housing. I think all of us are comfortable with you talking with the community representatives to get that idea from them and, of course, your own, and we'll leave that to your discretion on how you get that scoring, that rubric. So unless you want me to do something different now.
I don't want to speak for Manager Page, but some clarity on, there is a cost per unit subsidy required, and so if we are going to significantly move to a rubric that is in the, that Whip Gully has presented on behalf of the coalition, that clarity on what that number would be relative to what subsidy the council would be comfortable with would be helpful to the staff.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you so much, Stacey. The minimum 80 units, I think we have to be very careful because, again, keeping fidelity with what all of this project represents, if we telegraph to developers externally that, the more affordable housing units, the more favorable it's going to look. If that's to the detriment of all the other goals we want, I don't want to unduly place our thumb on the scale. We know internally, well, we're on TV, we know internally that those things are going to be scored better. I don't think, so if we say minimum, and if you read minimum, it says, well, that's the minimum, I'm allowed to do more. If you come back with a project that's more on your own volition, and you will be rewarded for that. For us to transmit that, though, I'm concerned about what that will do to the integrity of the rest of the project relative. Now, if we just want to turn this into a housing, that, you know, that, because I think that's what we're drifting to. If we just want this to be an affordable housing development, we could have done that. We can do that as a council. But we said we were going to accomplish 5 or 6 things there, and I want to make sure that we keep faith with those other things. So the minimum language, with us knowing internally that we'll score better if you come back with more than 80, is I think is the best way to go. If we're going to transmit that you'll do better if the more units, then we should just tell the truth and we should just change this into a housing development. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I think we had Councilwoman Freeman, Councilman Williams, and I was definitely going to ask you to return to restate how you started it. I think we're still back there.
And I think the minimum 80 is fine. I would say that I'm not in favor at all of doing less than 250 for the specific reasons that I noted, and I will not be supportive of not having a minimum of 250,000 square feet of commercial space. This is the only, there's not very many spaces downtown left to create any type of ecosystem that could actually help create the jobs that people will need to make the housing affordable. And it is really frustrating to keep having to say that because it doesn't feel like people are listening. And I'm not willing to negotiate on that. They have to have jobs. They have to. We're losing our residents. The workers aren't the only people who have to live here and we're pushing out. There are a lot of other folks. And so I'm going to keep saying the commercial space is important. And then outside of that, the minority participation, I know that that's a percentage can be increased. And the units, like I said, if it means moving forward so that we can continue because we are within the process, I'm okay with saying the minimum, but I think it is very good to telegraph that it is important that it is over 100 units in some way, shape, or form, whether it's verbal today or in other ways. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that we are building capacity for this project, not actually creating it ourselves. And that's why I was using the prescriptive language, or not to be too prescriptive. Also, the reason why I asked the question earlier, and I'll ask it again, staff, what was that number for the Milton Small Building again? But it was like 20-something.
17 million.
So 17 to get it back up, and then 20, another 5 or something.
17.4 million. And then when you get it up to, that's just for viable shell commission. And then once you upfit it for the particular space and use, there's another $5.4 to $6.3 million involved in that for sort of a traditional type A type market currently, which gets us to $22 to $23 million in that range. And those numbers were from about this time last year.
Gotcha. So what we're trying to do here, at least my interpretation, is we're trying to gather as much information as possible. And I'm not saying one way or the other the building has to go or the building has to stay, but if we want more affordable housing, then we have to give up elsewhere. Or if we want to maintain the building for X, then we have to give up elsewhere. If we are, if we're going to have X amount of commercial space, because it has to balance out, we have to be able to offset. We can't, affordable housing doesn't happen out of osmosis. It doesn't just create itself, So an example with the information we have here now is it's going to cost $22 million. I'm just giving this as a hypothetical. It's costing $22 million to preserve the building and have it functional. But we're also saying we want commercial, we want, more affordable housing. The math has to math, and that is where that's the crossroad we come to, where we have to make a decision. and it's going to be difficult one way or the other. So I think we are saying the same thing, but ultimately we're trying to create capacity to where we're not being too prescriptive and we're tying our hands or we're tying the developer's hand because we aren't building it. So those are all the things. I just wanted to restate all of the levers that have to be pulled, from commercial to creating the economic impact there, to, you know, folks that want to preserve, to folks that want affordable housing, and everything has a cost. And then the market housing that we're going to have there as well to offset the affordable housing. The market, you know, the market cost housing, the market rate housing, as well as what the commercial is going to be able to provide with sales tax and property taxes, all of that has to make sense. So we have to consider the numbers factually, you know, and logically as well. And then we align that with our beliefs and priorities. And I think that we've already stated our priorities. So again, we're creating capacity for this to be a true competition. And we have some tools in place already that's going to allow us to give them the opportunity to provide the best project.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to suggest that in order to move forward, we should vote on each potential change to the RFP individually. And I wanted to also add, Madam Mayor, to your list of 3 things, that there was also the question about whether to require a proposal that preserves the Milton Small Building or not. So I wanted to propose, oh, sorry, Stacy, could you remind me, what's like the minimum? We've got advantageous and highly advantageous. There's something below that?
Yes. Lost the language right now. So highly advantageous, advantageous, and not advantageous. Not
Okay.
advantageous.
Okay. Okay, so I'd like to propose on the affordable housing incentive that we provide a rating of advantageous for proposals that provide between 80 and 90 units of affordable housing, and provide a rating of highly advantageous to proposals that provide 90 or more, I'm sorry, more than 90 units of affordable housing, with the understanding that that 80 units is a minimum and that anything below that would be considered not advantageous. So my proposal is that we change that piece of the RFP, and I have other proposals, but just wanted to go one at a time. Should I make that as a motion, Madam Mayor, or should I just put it out there?
Can you specify what affordable housing will be?
Yeah, as in the RFP, I believe the requirement is for 80% of, I'm sorry, for 60% of AMI. Okay, so I'm making a motion that we modify the RFP to provide proposals with between 80 and 90 affordable units, a rating of advantageous, and proposals with more than 90 as highly advantageous, and that anything with less than 80 would be considered not advantageous.
There a second?
Second.
The move by Councilwoman Johnson, seconded by Councilwoman Caballero. All those in favor, if you just raise your left hand. We're going to not try to click us right now on this one. All those, we have Councilwoman Jose Hyman, Councilwoman Johnson, Councilman Williams, Council Elaine O'Neill Mayor, Councilwoman Caballero, Councilwoman Freeman voting in the affirmative. All those who are opposed have the same right. Mayor Pro Tem is opposed, and there we have a 6-1 vote on that proposal.
Thank you. Can I keep going?
Yes, please.
Before you go to the next motion, I did want to get some specificity around the historic preservation numbers, because I know that the historic preservation advocates have said on a number of occasions that 22 million is outrageous, and that they have specified that that is not what is necessary to be done at that site.
Right, so we hired a cost estimator, MVP, to do an evaluation for us, and the results came in last year about this time, and we will see in the pro formas, if we determine that we are going to have a base and alternate scenarios, what those numbers actually are as those pro formas come in. So we had a couple of appraisals done, and we had a cost estimating firm do the cost estimate. So we're comfortable that we're in the right range, and I think when we see the pro formas come in, it will give us a starting point for negotiations.
But I think the most expensive piece of that was some type of cleaning that had to be done that may not need to be done, and that was like $10 to $12 million, which would make a huge difference in this conversation, because I don't think it's pertinent to pit historic preservation advocates against affordable housing advocates in the community. I think it's important that we stick to our historic preservation goal in this, and making sure that we hold the same priorities that we had from one council to the next. That hasn't shifted, and we should continue to do that. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Mayor Pro Tem, followed by Councilman.
Yeah, I want to associate myself with Councilmember Freeman's point. To the thrust of her point, with due respect to whatever an independent source said about this building, it was one of our goals to keep the building. And I think we're doing an incredible amount of violence. It's almost becoming unrecognizable what we originally translated to our constituents. If we get pro formers back, I think we ought to give developers an opportunity to say, this is what it is because you asked for it. As a council, we could have taken this building off of the list at any time we wanted, but we left it on there. So now we come tonight to this threshold of decision. And again, with respect to what that other source has said, I think we owe it to ourselves, because of the work that's already been done, to see what the developers will say about that building and then make a decision on it, just to keep faith with the work that we've done and to what we've translated to our constituents. So I would respectfully, I'm going to associate myself fully with Councilmember Freeman's points.
Right, and what we're talking about now is the expense side of it. We have not seen the revenue side, which we will see come in the performance based on the creativity that we have, the developers that are going to submit. So I think it gives us a real opportunity to look and see what we get and look at the proposals and make an informed decision about what's best for our community.
Councilman Williams, and then I'm going to turn it back over to Councilwoman Johnson to go through that. But I do want to associate myself with Mayor Pro Tem, and I think all four of us on this end are in agreement that we should try to preserve that building. So when you get to that motion, we'll just do it as a motion and be prepared to vote on it. All right, Councilman Williams.
I was just going to say, I feel like we're starting to go down a rabbit hole. Again, we got to let the proposals come back. We got to, and to be clear, Director Poston, there are proposals with and without the building.
Correct. So the way that we have the solicitation currently crafted is that the base scenario is submitting a proposal to the city that includes the rehabilitation of the building and what that looks like. And there is a requisite to submit that base scenario because council has said to us, we want to see what the proposals look like for keeping that building. And the second part of that is if you do submit as a developer for the base scenario, you then can submit as the alternate scenario. And the reason that we've done that is because we do not want to have 6 proposals that remove the building from the site when council has said to us it's important to keep the site. So our framing of that is intentional in that we are attempting to receive proposals from developers who submitted on this to the RFQ and said this is of interest to us. And so we are trying to give alternate scenarios to council to make an informed decision once we have the financials. Sorry.
So why are we talking about the building again right now?
I don't know that we have a disagreement based upon what she just said. Right. So I think we don't have to, let me know if I'm wrong, but I think we are fine with what we have already, that you've already given us in the draft. Is that, would everybody give a thumbs up on that? Okay, Councilwoman Johnson, if you would go with the other 2 spots. And we have the commercial space and I think minority participation were the last 2 issues that I raised.
Thank you. Yeah, so on the question of minimum commercial space, I move that we change the minimum required commercial space in the RFP to 150,000 square feet. This is, of course, a minimum. Developers can provide much more than that if they choose. This would just be to give a little bit more flexibility to projects that would be interested in providing less commercial space and more housing or a different mix that wouldn't be possible at a 250,000 minimum.
Is there a second? Right. Is there, I think the compromise where we were was, is there a way to have some flexibility so that we're not at one particular number?
The only thing in there is a minimum, so we
There's a
can
minimum.
change them, we can change the minimum or not. I mean, we could provide a range if we want something higher, but do we want them to go higher than 250,000? Like, I feel like we either lower the minimum because we don't want to require this higher amount of commercial space, or we do something, you know, or we don't have a minimum, we have something else in there. And I actually don't have a proposal on minority participation. I don't really know what we can and can't do there.
Mayor Pro Tem and Councilman Williams.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate my colleagues. Again, if we lower the minimum to 150,000 square feet, it's still a requirement. It's just a different number. So, I mean, again, the 250,000 is not a random number. It was given to us based upon some experts in the field doing analysis that looked at everything we've asked for, looked at all of our aspirations, looked at the project, and came back with that number. I don't feel qualified to tweak that number based upon anything other than it just sounds high to me. And I don't know that I want to make a decision based upon that. And again, if the proposals come back, we still have another opportunity to talk about everything, including that number. But, you know, we paid good money to these consultants and experts to do the work. They've come back with this number. And I would just like to have a little more firm footing before I start tweaking numbers that were actually generated by a specific calculus that I'm not privy to, or at least an expert in. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Williams, did you have something further? I see Councilwoman Freeman on this end, so I'm just trying to do it in order.
Yeah, I was about to say pretty much the same.
I was just going to defer, well, at least check with staff about the minority participation and just figure out if there was a percentage that they felt would be amenable, because 0 just does not sound right.
Could I answer the question on the rubric of the commercial square footage first? So in the current...
Please do first. Let's try to finish that one, and then we'll come back.
So in the
to that.
current rubric, it says not advantageous if you're come in at less than 250,000 square feet. So it doesn't disqualify a firm, but they would receive a not advantageous. And above that, you would have the threshold of delivering 250,000 square feet is advantageous, and then highly is, you know, above that threshold. Delivering a dynamic program of more than 250,000 square feet. So there, we are, you know, in the rubric, we are trying to have some differentiation there, to allow developers to have some flexibility about what they would be delivering.
Can you say that again?
Sure.
And could you, Ms. Costins, speak to Councilwoman Johnson's request to move it and what that does, because it already sounds like we're in a range, and it may be that we're bumping the range down. And in terms of what Mayor Pro Tem has outlined, that may be a more complicated process than just moving the range. So if you could give us some direction on those two conversations.
Sure. So the 250 to 450,000 was what the community had indicated through the engagement processes that we've been through in these prior iterations. It is what was adopted as a part of the rezoning, and so that exists. And if we were wanting to change the rubric, you know, obviously the numbers could shift, but currently for a developer who did not want to deliver, you know, 250,000 square feet of commercial space, in the current rubric, they would be in the not advantageous category. If they deliver 250,000 square feet, they would be in the advantageous, and above that threshold, they would be in the highly advantageous. So it allows the development firms to design different frameworks. So they, for instance, could be in highly advantageous in housing and not advantageous in a commercial category. And we would bring those proposals to council for their consideration and recommendation on how to advance.
Councilwoman Caballero.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so as long as they deliver enough on the other parts of it, even if they didn't do great on commercial, they're still going to do okay overall. That's my question, because it's what I said earlier. It's like I want to incentivize the affordable housing, and I don't want to ding people if they figured out that it's just too much commercial based on where the market is right now. So that's essentially, I want folks to be able to still show up with a good grade.
Right.
Even if they failed on one part of the exam or one part of the, right? Yeah, that's my analogy for you. So that's what I want to understand.
Right, so there could be a scenario where a development firm comes in with more affordable housing in the 90-unit range.
They've preserved the building, they've done other things, whatever, but they didn't hit that commercial
So the
square
report
foot.
card would have some high grades, some middle grades, and some grades
Yeah,
where
they're still going to do okay.
They're still going to do okay, and we would bring those proposals to council for consideration on, affirming the priorities that council has indicated with the financials and pro formas that are going to be attached to these, because there's going to be a need for subsidy for this array of things that we are desiring.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the horse might be dead, but I just want to say what we have now in the RFP incentivizes more commercial space. Is that what we are trying to do? If that's not what we're trying to do, we should change it. If that's what we're trying to do, we should leave it alone.
And I'm going to ask the mayor, former mayor, to come back up and weigh in a little bit on this conversation, if you would, because I think that was one of the questions. So we're going to have a robust dialogue tonight so we can try to see if we can get some points of agreement. Councilman Williams, you're up.
I was going to ask Mr. Director Poston if you could, and I feel like we're saying the different names. Poston, right?
Stacy Poston.
Stacy Poston, okay.
Not director either, but
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Important person that's smart. All right. Just if you can remind us, what got us to the 250? Was that market study or assessment of what we need downtown, or?
Right, so it ties into the Milton Small Building, right? So there's 70,000 square feet or 75,000 square feet in that building. When you do retail on ground level, in housing on the ground level, you're in the 25,000 range of commercial. So you're at 100,000 square feet then, and you're going to put another building up, and you're not going to put a 50,000 square foot building up probably, right? So there's some range of numbers that make sense, in addition to some of the information that's outlined when you start adding, units of hotel, how many units you would have for those types of things. So it is an amalgamation of what we think the market would be willing to bear, what some of the things are that are on this site, that exist on the site, and what some of the requirements would be for providing commercial according to the UDO and according to our current standards.
And what's the square footage size of like a traditional chain grocery store?
In the 100,000 square foot range. I mean, there are, to be fair, Wib and I have been talking about, there are, smaller, multi-story grocery stores with smaller footprint and high-density communities that have a smaller footprint, that have stacked parking underneath, and then a couple floors of grocery on top of that. So there are some smaller units, but in general, not only do you need a fairly large footprint, but you also need loading in area. We looked at to be able to load in the grocery.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Appreciate the council's patience. The thing that I think, to try and go back to basics, is what we want to see happen at the site. I just have to say, someone suggests that what's been presented to you is 250,000 square feet is some kind of scientific, absolutely established. It's just wrong. It is some conjecture and hypotheticals. The zoning was adopted in the prior round of the RFP after the agreement with the developer, and they came to you all and said, we need to rezone it. Let's add that 250,000 foot requirement as part of it. That was fine, because that was just before COVID and as COVID was hitting. We're in a different place now in terms of what the downtown market is. So the 250,000 suggests there's some magic and scientific study that I think is to overstate it. The thing that we think is, if you see that, the Milton Small Building is not a one-story building. It's a 10-story building or something like that, and 3 of them on that lot could happen if that's what council says. We want to prioritize that happening. We're going to make it a requirement, and we're going to give a high rating on that. And if they do more, we're going to give them a higher rating. You know how to incentivize things. That incentivizes commercial. And if you want to see a lot of that land go to that purpose, that's fine. That's just not how we read council's priorities back in February, where number 1 was affordable housing. There was no mention of a significant commercial component. Mixed use, yeah. And the groups that I'm talking about have always said mixed use. Let's have some retail. Let's have some office and commercial and maybe community space. But we just think that the main thrust of the RFP ought to say, we're really interested in housing because that's both what's fundable in the market and that's what our community needs. Now, here's the thing. Consultants can say, we know what we need. We can say, no, we've got a better sense of what the community needs. And there you all are caught in the middle of all this, right? So I thought, what do we do? And I thought, well, why don't we have an approach that says, let's not require the pre-COVID amount of space there for commercial. Let's say we're interested in seeing commercial. We like it. We'd love to see it. Let's make it a range. And then let's step back and let the developers in their proposals tell us what they think makes sense, because that's what they'll do. They're not going to offer you something that they don't think they can commercially make work and get financed and make useful here in Durham. And we'll learn a lot from looking through it. So I don't ask you to believe me about that. But I'm going to ask you all not to say there's some artificial level that's got to be the one. Let's give a range, pick it, and then say it not as a requirement, but something we're very interested in seeing, and we're going to rate you low, medium, and high on it. And then let's see what the developers, the ones who are actually going to be out in the market doing this stuff every day, what they tell us about it. And we're going to learn a lot. So the tension between the commercial and the housing certainly is there, Madam Mayor, and that was the thing that I think really struck home with us. Thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions if there are some.
Thank you. Back to Ms. Constance. So I think you said that the $250,000 was something that the community came up with prior to. So in making the adjustment that Councilwoman Johnson has suggested, which I think kind of mirrors what Mr. Gully has said, going down, that is not a really hard adjustment at this point to make that range drop lower. I think her proposal was $100,000 square feet as being at the minimum, and then up from that. What was your range again, Councilwoman Johnson? I don't want us to get away from that. I think we have something we can work with.
Sure, I suggested 150,000 as the minimum.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was at the discussion. I remember full well the consultant standing up and explaining, I was there, where the 250,000 square feet came from. I would also remind our colleagues that the 250,000 represented a whole bunch of things. It wasn't just commercial office space or lab space. I would also remind colleagues that the number was not, we took into account everything that folk asked for, and that's how we came up with the number. The other thing is that if we lessen that, the other goal that the council said, we said we wanted this to be significantly financially, mixing up the words, beneficial to the city. We wanted, that was one of our goals. And the two ways we accomplished that is either a bunch of money through the sale, we weren't going to do that way, or something that generates tax revenue for the city so we can continue to subsidize affordable housing. That's on the list. And the way you do that is through the commercial space. Because that, again, there's a lot of violence being done to the original iteration, which I have no problem with if we want to go another way. But we need to say that because where we are now was crafted to hold a number of different aspirations in tension one with another. If we are serious about this spot being economically beneficial to the city, that's not accomplished through affordable housing. That's accomplished through the commercial space, which was on the list. So I yield back, Madam Mayor.
And I agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. I guess my struggle is when we as a city get to that point, if you have a lot of nonprofits in there, you're not going to make a lot of money off the commercial space unless you do some kind of combination thereof, you know. So I don't know that we are negatively impacting what we've set out as our priorities by allowing a range on both ends, because then you give the developers the opportunity to mix and match. when you have a range of what you can do on the commercial end and you have a range of what you can do on the affordable housing end. I think her suggestion, Councilwoman Johnson, was just in light of COVID to bring it down a bit. Since we have the uncertainty, not saying that that's going to be eliminated, but you all have a chance to go back and readdress that. So I think we're still at the same space of trying to give folk as much leeway as possible to be accommodating on all those issues. So I don't want us to, not, we want the best that we can, but I don't want us to stop trying to move this forward based on just moving that one number down, which may or may not provide flexibility. And I think Ms. Carson has said that's not really going to do any harm to what we already have. Would I be correct in saying that by moving that particular range down?
Right, so by moving the range down, we would be giving some higher paying jobs, typically in commercial, and we'd be giving up long-term tax revenue on a project where we're going to build buildings that are going to be there for 50 plus years, right? So there are trade-offs there on the revenue side by changing that threshold down to 250,000 from that moving down.
There is going to be some ramifications in moving that down.
Madam Mayor, if I might, ma'am, I think it's important also to remember that the COVID corollary was based upon Class A office space, which the market tanked on that. We're not talking about Class A office space. We're not talking about just lab space. We're talking about those not-for-profit. You can put more not-for-profits in 200,000 square feet than you can 100,000 square feet, and they pay rent. So I think it's really important that when COVID was about Class A office space, that ship has sailed. We're not talking about that anymore. We're talking about all these other good things that folk are talking about, honoring West End and Hayti, not-for-profits, Museum of Durham History, if they want to get down. I mean, it's not just office space. But again, if we're going to that's the point. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilwoman Freeman and Councilwoman Caballero.
Thank you. I appreciate the Mayor Pro Tem pointing out the rent piece. I did want to just come back to the fact that when you're saying things like the ID building is at 97% vacancy, that means there's only 3% open. I don't know if you're hearing that piece, but that means that there is a need for office space, whether Class A, B, C, or D. I'm not interested in Class A, B, C, or D. I'm interested in the museum. I'm interested in the actual resources that could be created that create jobs. An event space, a artist, collaboratory workspace. Like, there is an opportunity there to do the things that we've been talking about in Durham at that space at the developer's cost. And I don't know why we would limit that, because that makes no sense to me at all. 250 is a minimum, and the range is up to 400,000. So if that's what helps to make it affordable for the developer, how we're simplifying these codes, then that should be what we leave alone so that they can actually do more affordable housing, because that would offset the cost of the housing subsidies that we might have to provide. So 250 sounds like a very minimal amount to do so that we can actually get 250 units of housing. And that's, I'm gonna keep saying it over and over again.
Madam Mayor, can I make a quick correction? I think that there's something, I think Ms. Poston will agree with this. The housing, the last time and the time before, and I think to anticipate this time, is mixed income housing with a lot of market rate units with some affordable units mixed with them, all to the same standard and permanently affordable. It was a wonderful thing that this council did. The housing developer didn't get any subsidies from the commercial developer, didn't get any subsidies from anybody else, paid for the land, the proportion of what the land cost was for them to have their part of it, and then used the market rate units to pay for the less income that they receive from the affordable housing. So don't see this as requiring subsidies. Don't see it as requiring some huge infusion of money each year from the council. That hasn't been the case, and it won't be the case. They know how to build mixed income housing that has a significant portion that's affordable and to pay for it within that development.
I appreciate your added comment, but I will say that the subsidy is in the pro forma, and that when you can offset your costs with commercial space, that is a subsidy for the housing that would be created. Whether you like it or not, it's the truth.
I think Councilman Williams had a comment. Councilwoman Jose Hellman had one, and we are approaching the 9 o'clock hour when we're going to take a break for our helpers who need one.
When I say this.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I was just going to say, I really appreciate the discussion. The motion failed, but I appreciate the discussion. Also, the other side of that was, gosh, I forgot my thought. I'm thinking about the 9 o'clock hour. Oh, it may be beneficial. I don't want to speak on behalf of the museum because we haven't spoken in a couple of weeks, but it may be beneficial to revisit the museum's desire on this space. And the Preservation Commission is a different advocacy group than the actual Museum of Durham History group, although it's the same faces. They have two different desires now.
Councilwoman Jose Hyman.
My question is, what was the acts of the community? The 200, like, I know you just said that, but can you say it again? Because the community, what was the acts?
Right, so the original council goals from the first round took the engagement that we did, that was a year or so, I think it was 9 months of engagement, and Mayor Steve Schul, with the council members that were sitting at that time, framed out the 5 priority goals at that time, and the framework was around 250,000 to 450,000 square feet of commercial.
Thank you.
I think we had a motion and it failed, so I think we're still there at that point. Councilwoman Freeman, you had wanted to say something, and you have about 1 minute about the minority participation, and then we're going in for a break.
Just asking for staffs.
Sure. So what will happen is as we go through this process and get into a developer and bring that to council, and y'all select a development team that you would like us to engage in negotiations with, at that time we will then negotiate with them to apply goals to the project, to look at the construction framework, because there's a diversity study that we have that we can tie to related to construction. So there will be specific goals around that in that development agreement that are illustrated and enumerated that are specific around the construction. Additionally, our community expects and demands other thoughts and considerations around, groups that have been historically disenfranchised, as we've seen in the proposals that have come in previously, where there were financial money that was for the project was going to be deposited with historically black banks, where there was going to be job creation programs, minority participation programs. So there's a number of things that we will be talking about as we negotiate through the development agreement.
Do you have that written in a document?
Yeah, so here's what it says. The selected respondent should be prepared to meet city expectations around local hiring and UBE business participation in the construction of the development project. Details on specific city expectations around local hiring and UBE business participation will be confirmed as a part of contract negotiations and the finalization of the development agreement.
And what's your general percentage, like starting point? Is it a 10%, 20%, 30%?
So we will work with the finance department for them to set goals based on the construction and the trades and the things that they feel like there are vendors who can bid on that construction activity.
No, not that way. The other way. You've got to start with the ask. So if you need to start with a 10% as a minimum and then go up from there, but 0 is just not going to work. Like, you're not going to find folks, I'm going to tell you that now, because that has not been the ask.
So the finance department will work with us to set goals on the construction project. And on a construction project of this scale, there will not be a 0 goal for M or W. There are trades that will be assigned goals in this proposal and this development agreement.
And what do you normally have it set at?
The finance department sets those specific goals for each project based on the trades.
So you were just in the audit study. In the audit study, what was the percentage that you normally were set at?
So it depends. So if, for instance, we have concrete need in a construction project, we work with the finance department, they will set goals for the project related to whatever the trade is. And
And I'm going to say that that's exactly why you're missing minority and business, because you're limiting it to a specific trade. If you were to generalize it a little bit more, it would be easier to get to. Because concrete, there's probably one or two, and if that one or two is in a project, how are they going to be involved in this project? So I would make it a little bit more generalized.
Oh, sorry, the finance director's here.
Hello, Tim Flora, Finance Director. So that is dictated through our EBOP ordinance, and so those goals are already set through the
Can you say what they are?
11%.
11%. So is it possible to just include the 11% in this as the bare minimum in general?
That is a goal based upon the disparity study, but I'm not sure that would be actually a legal question. I'm not sure what we can, because we have an ordinance that establishes the goal of 11%, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we can require the 11%.
We're now at the 9:02 hour. I've got to take a break for our closed captioning.
He's so wrong. This is why they're missing the
Wait a
mark.
minute, we'll have a discussion offline while we're on recess. So hold up, Mr. Adams, and we'll try to, but let me give my closed captioning folk a break. They need one. So we'll stand in recess for 10 minutes, and we'll try to talk about that.
Recording stopped.
Right here.
The Durham City Council meetings and Planning Commission meetings are now available to live stream on all devices via the City of Durham social media accounts. To watch, simply go to City of Durham NC on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitter. Devices include phones, tablets, laptops, desktops, streaming boxes and sticks, and smart TVs. The easiest way to view the live stream on smart TVs and streaming devices, such as the Roku, Apple TV, and Amazon Fire TV, is via the YouTube app. Now you can follow along with the latest developments in the Durham community at dinner, your kids' game, the mall, in bed, during a breather, in the bathtub, and even on the International Space Station.
We don't always agree who to pull for on game day, but we all can agree that litter is bad for North Carolina.
Did you know the City of Durham has interpretation and translation services available? The city adopted a language access plan to provide language services and help non-English speakers have access to city services and programs without a language barrier. Through the city's language access plan, residents have the right to request interpretation and translation services free of charge, receive translation of vital documents and emergency communications in Spanish, and submit complaints of language discrimination or on the failure to adequately provide services in accordance with the city's language access plan policy. For more information on the city's language access efforts, visit durhamnc.gov/language access. ¿Sabía que la ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la barrera del idioma. Por medio del plan de acceso al idioma, los habitantes tienen derecho a solicitar sin costo alguno servicios de interpretación y traducción, recibir la traducción de documentos importantes y de comunicaciones de emergencia en español, presentar una denuncia de discriminación por motivos de idioma o por no recibir servicios de manera adecuada de acuerdo con la política del plan de acceso al idioma de la ciudad. Para recibir más información sobre la labor de la ciudad relacionada con el acceso al idioma, visita durhamnc.gov/acceso.
No, no,
Time is it 9 o'clock? You got to do one?
my husband's got to go to work, and he dropped me off.
Is he here tonight?
Well, no, but he's going to come back and get me, but he's got to be to work at 10.
Look, we got 30 more days. All right, everybody, we got about 1 minute. We got a long evening ahead. So come on, let's go, let's go, let's go. Yes, come on, let's go. Let's finalize this 505 discussion and move to our 6 public hearing. Look at here, you go. Mark, you want to move us through some of this stuff?
No, but I'll do what you tell me to.
Yeah, you move us through. I'll take the period form.
Yes, ma'am.
You got all the ones in between. You got the first 5. I'll do the last one.
You want me to do?
All the ones in between, 20 to 20, 20 to 23. I'll do the last one. That'll give me my breath. You got your sheet with all the others. Come on, everybody. Let's roll. Let's roll. It's 9:13. We have a quorum. We are getting ready to get started. All right, we are back in session at this time for us to go ahead and conclude our discussion on the 505, and then we're going to move very swiftly through our other ones, but not swift enough that we don't do each due diligence. Any further discussion as to this matter before we take up the vote? I believe where we were is that we have one adjustment that we'd like to make, and that was on the requirement or the range of affordable housing units.
We did that first.
Yeah, we did that one, right? And that was it. So that was that. Everything else is. Did you have anything further?
Just to clarify, I think that the city manager pointed out that the RFQ or P? So the request for qualifications went out with 0. And so that meant that our developers didn't have to have minority or women-owned businesses participating in their qualifications. And so the next RFP, with request for proposal, will actually include our EBOP minimums of 11%. Am I saying that correctly? I'm looking at you.
That's a thumbs up, a nodding of the head.
Okay.
All right, so we are now ready to consider our 3 motions here for this matter, and then Mayor Pro Tem, I'm going to ask you to carry us through 20, 21, and 22, and 23. I think you read a little bit faster than I do at times. So now I handle 24. All right, here we go. So clerks are working, so ready to entertain a motion to advance to the request for proposal stage 6 development teams who responded to the request for qualifications issued on June 8, 2023 for the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street.
So moved.
So moved. That's been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you will close the vote and report out, please. All right. The second, that passes unanimously. Thank you. We now move to the next motion for our consideration is to approve the request for proposals for the redevelopment of 505 West Chapel Hill Street.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Freeman. Madam Clerk, if you open the vote. If you will close the vote and report out. It is a unanimous vote. We now move to the last motion for our consideration on this item, and that is to authorize the city manager to make modifications to the request for proposal document.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Councilman Williams, seconded by Councilwoman Johnson. Madam Clerk, if you will open the vote. If you will close the vote and report out. Thank you. That is a unanimous motion. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Clerk, I'm assuming the gavel for the mayor's directive for our next order of business, general business, public hearings. Easy for you to say. Under general business agenda, our first item is item number 20, a zoning map change for Hopson Road Multifamily. This is a public hearing matter. First, we will receive the report from staff. Good evening.
Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable city council members. Good evening. I'm Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. I'm happy to be here with you tonight. Before I begin, staff would like to state for the record that all Planning Department hearing items have been advertised and noticed in accordance with state and local law, and affidavits of all notices are on file in the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Matthew Carpenter for 6 parcels of land totaling 17.266 acres and located at the southwest portion of the Hopson Road and Keystone Park Drive intersection. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 22.538 to allow up to 400 apartment units, with at least 3.5% of the units being designated as income restricted. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed PDR 22.538 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. The request received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission on August 8th, 2023, by a vote of 9-2. During Planning Commission, the applicant has proffered a one-time contribution of $33,000 to Durham Public Schools. This will be included in the final development plan if approved. Both the erosion and sediment control and phase development and tree preservation amendment will apply to this case. This means that a 10-foot no-grade setback will be required at time of site plan. Additionally, if the applicant does any mass grading, which is defined as over 4 acres, they will be required to provide a 30-foot or 0.6 opacity buffer. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for your report. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open. Before I go to comments from residents or from the gallery, I'm going to see if any of my honorable colleagues have any questions or comments for staff. Seeing none at this time, I'll ask the applicant if they're here to approach. Good evening. If you'll state your name. Well, you know how to do this. Ms. Schweller, how much time do you anticipate needing for your presentation?
Not as much as we've already spent tonight. Hopefully just 6 minutes.
All right, let's put 10 minutes on the clock, please. Thank you.
I didn't mean any disrespect by that, just joking because it's late. All right, I don't see the... Here we go. All right, good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. I'm Jamie Schwadler with Parker Poe at 301 Fayetteville Street, here on behalf of the applicant, High Street Residential, who's also here with us tonight. I'll try to be brief tonight and explain this request, which, as Brooke mentioned, is consistent with many of the policies that the city has put forth in their comprehensive plan. And that's because we're offering a mixture of market rate apartments, income restricted apartments, in an area that has existing infrastructure and in a manner consistent with what you all have told us that you want to see, and in a place that's consistent with the mixed residential neighborhood place type. What you'll see is examples on the screen that High Street Residential of projects have been done in other places, and the purpose of this is just to show that it's a high-quality project that's different for every
¿Sabía que la
context.
ciudad de Durham cuenta con servicios de interpretación y traducción? La ciudad adoptó un plan de acceso al idioma para ofrecer servicios lingüísticos y ayudar a que las personas que no hablan inglés puedan tener acceso a los servicios y programas de la ciudad sin la
This is not
barrera
part of our
del idioma.
presentation. I'm not sure what, okay.
Sorry about that. Technology is not perfect. We'll come right back. Okay.
No worries. So the projects on the screen are just to show that there's different project types or product types. Oh, it's not on the screen. And then they're built for the different contexts that each of, oh, is it not on your screen as well?
Ms. Schweller, if you'll suspend for a minute, do we need a couple seconds to try and get it up, or is it not going to come up? Or?
Did I do something? What's that? I do. Can you want me to just turn it around? Okay. Sure. Yeah, it's up here.
Madam Mayor, per DTN, they're having issues with their switchers at the podium.
Okay. Does that mean we should not wait? Mr. Trailer, if you don't mind just going on, and if they can resolve it, if you can.
Sure.
Please, thank you.
Well, I'll just try to pick up where we left off, that this project is within an area that your play site map already supports in terms of providing that mix of residential product that's not already within the area. This area is a 17-acre assemblage on the corner of Hopson Road and Keystone Park, so it's a great location for residential density. To the west of our property, there's Class A office and many different tenants that are occupied. To the east, there's a plethora of commercial and retail available. And then to the north of Hopson Road, there are some apartments and townhomes, but they're not in the quantity that's really needed for this area that's directly adjacent to RTP, with a lot of existing office campuses as well as some future campuses that are planned. And so our request is to rezone to PDR 22.538 to allow up to 400 units in apartment buildings. Many of our text commitments are tailored to address the requests that this council has encouraged throughout their tenure. They're in your staff report, and essentially that includes 3.5% of our units would be offered at income restricted levels to residents earning no more than 60% AMI for 10 years. That's a total of 14 units, so 14 families would now be eligible for this income restricted product in an area where that's currently underserved. They would be dispersed throughout the project and indistinguishable from other units within the area. This developer has done that in other locations and has the wherewithal to bring that to Durham, and will follow the requirements and the commitments in our text commitments. But after evaluating council's requests, we did go back and look at the Planning Commission request as well. And although we did receive a vote of 9-2 in favor, they did ask us to look to extend the terms of affordability, which isn't always possible. But in this case, we were able to offer tonight to extend that from 10 years to 20 years, which brings us much more in line with that affordable housing policy, Policy 39. Not always available to do it, but we really looked hard based on some of the feedback from council in recent months and from the Planning Commission. So we're offering that tonight. We're also adding housing in the area where we're, otherwise there'd be 26 single-family units. We're offering a lot more housing, and we're doing an infill site that's surrounded by infrastructure and goods and services. We've also added several commitments to address environmental impact of the project. I'm sorry I can't show them on the screen because they really are innovative, and you've already had a couple projects emulate those commitments. But essentially, they commit to build green infrastructure before a certificate of occupancy can be issued, to commit to solar conduit being built in the apartment buildings to allow a future installation of solar panels, architectural conditions, and a minimum of 5% of the total parking spaces be EV charging, electrical charging spaces. We have a various amount of transportation improvements that are included as recommended by DOT and your transportation staff. And then would just submit that the request is timely in this area. It's a good example of infill project development where infrastructure already exists. It's entirely consistent with the mixed residential neighborhood map place type designation, and will create a new offering of a mixture of the market rate apartments as well as income restricted apartments in an area that is in need of additional housing. In addition to that, I think Brooke did a great job of describing the commitments that are already within your packet. So we appreciate the staff's collaborative work on this and the feedback that we've gotten throughout the public process. And we're proud to offer these units in this area where we believe is really aligned with all of the comprehensive plan policies that now I might be able to show on the screen. Consistent with many of the comprehensive plan policies that reflect where the city is going, and we're really happy and proud to be a part of that. With that, we respectfully request your vote to approve this case tonight, to let us move forward to provide this new housing, income-restricted housing for 14 new families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you have some time in the bank should you need to respond to anything later on. I have a card for Josh Dix, but is he part of the team?
Yes.
Does he wish to say anything?
He does not need to say anything unless asked.
All right, thank you. This is a public hearing. I don't have any other cards. Madam Clerk, is there anyone in queue on our virtual platform that has indicated the desire to speak on this? All right, seeing none. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak on this item? This is a public hearing. All right. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes, and then afterwards, if you'll just fill out a card for the clerk. Thank you.
Sure. Hi, Sherry Zan Rosenthal, resident of Durham. I just want to say that I think 14 units, I really appreciate the affordability period of 20 years. I think that's the minimum that should be provided. But if there's going to be 400 units of residential built, I don't think 14 is anywhere near enough. And I really wish that the council would establish criteria what it considers to be, you can use the language that you developed around the 505 West Chapel Hill building. But in Raleigh, the council did establish publicly benchmarks for what they would really like to see. And I think that developers stepped up to that. And it feels to me like 14 units out of so many units is just not adequate.
Thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the gallery who wishes to be heard on this item? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is now officially back before the council. I'll yield to my honorable colleagues. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Holsey-Hyman, please.
I do have a question for, Hi, thank you. Well, I really appreciate, because I was really totally like, no, but I see you increased it to the 20 years. But again, speaking to what our resident talked about, sir, like, is there a reason why just the 14 units?
Yeah, well, we looked at the commitment, and we came into Planning Commission at 60%, so we're already getting that targeting that lower AMI to make it kind of a more affordable from the outset, and then kind of push the unit percentage as far as we thought was marketable for this area and what we think that the rents could support here. And when we looked at what we could move, and the overwhelming requests from the Planning Commission and discussion there, and it's reflected in some of the staff notes, was the duration. And so that's what we really focused on. And could we move the duration, or could we increase the amount of units? And because we were at 10 years and could go to 20, that's what we just tried to focus on, but couldn't push it then further to allow for more units.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. Could you share how the 14 units would be administrated?
Sure. The city has worked really hard on coming up with a set of kind of regulations of how the administration would go, and been really great to work with as we've had more developers that have experience with that. So basically, we would be required to certify to the city on an ongoing basis that we're doing our due diligence to offer the units, that they comply with the regulations, and that we would be required to record a restrictive covenant against the property, so that if we were to sell it, which we don't have plans to do, that it would run with the land and would be enforceable thereafter. So you all have done a really good job. Your staff's doing a great job in kind of setting that precedent.
Is that different from Raleigh in any way?
It's different from Raleigh in that Raleigh has not received the same amount of unit commitments as you all have received.
And I was just thinking about specifically the deed restriction.
They haven't, because they haven't received as many, we haven't seen that play out as often as it has here.
And so I would just offer that I appreciate the offer, and I do think that the deed restriction in and of itself is a value. It would be great if this would have been like 5% at 20 years, even better at 10% at 20 years, and I think we'll get there as we continue to have the conversation and figure out how to offset the costs, because I do think that the administrative side of this, if we can make it as light as possible, will be helpful. And the partners that we have in this space, I don't think they've been dialed in yet. And so our DCLT, Habitat folks, if they could be supportive in actually offering supports around what that looks like on the actual unit side, I think that'll be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
But I can I can appreciate the 20 years. It would be nice if it were 30 as well. I'm going to tell you what I want. But I can hear that you're moving in the right direction, and I can appreciate moving forward with this project as infill in an area that is not as, it would be like nice to have the 400 units, and it would be nice to have 40 of those 400 units as affordable permanently for 20 years at the least, but I can support it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
Hi, I just have a quick question because it was something that was brought up. And you work across the state or mostly in the Triangle?
High Street, you me or, oh, me? Across the state, but most of my work is focused in the Triangle.
Out of curiosity, just because of what you said about Raleigh not getting the level of voluntary proffers, again, in North Carolina, they're voluntary. What is your experience across the state as far as what is Durham getting?
Across the state? The Triangle gets more than much of the state. The Triangle gets, I'd say the Triangle gets more.
So we're moving the needle here in Durham.
You are, and I mean, I would submit the more units that you approve, the more units you'll continue to be offered. And that's, I mean, the more that, that folks see that there's a predictable path. It's not always going to work for every project, but if they can see signals that there's a way to do this, then I think it's more reassuring. Financing, as we all know, is very difficult right now. But getting units approved helps somebody else to see, maybe I can do that too, if I can get my financing put together.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? All right, thank you. I look forward to supporting this project. I think the Planning Commission got this one right. Due respect to my friends in Raleigh, and I'm sure they're watching, there's not a week that goes by when a colleague from Raleigh isn't calling asking about our playbook, whether it's taxing ourselves, whether it's our affordable housing bond, whether it's any number of things. So eat your heart out, Raleigh. So appreciate it. Colleagues, if there's no one else, the public hearing is closed. There are 3 motions before us for this matter. I'll entertain now motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 22.538.
So moved.
Second.
I heard a motion from Councilmember Caballero and a second from Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Would you please close the vote and report out?
The motion passes unanimously.
Motion number 2 to adopt I'll entertain a motion for, to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Heard a motion from Councilmember Halsey Hyman and a second from Councilmember Williams. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much, colleagues. The matter, item number 20 is discharged. We now move to item number 21, zoning map change, Cortez Drive Townhouses. And this is a public hearing. We will now receive the report from the staff.
Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members, good evening. Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. Laura Holloman of McAdams proposes to change the zoning designation of 10 parcels of land totaling 46.98 acres and located generally to the east of Angier Avenue between Cortez Drive and Jones Circle. The current zoning is residential suburban 20. The applicant proposes to change this designation to planned development residential 6.003 to allow up to 282 townhouse units. The properties are currently designated mixed-use residential on the future place type map. The proposed PDR 6.003 zoning is inconsistent with the designated future place type. If the proposed zoning is approved, staff recommends a change to the place type map to designate the property as apartment and townhouse neighborhood. This request received a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission on June 13th, 2023 by a vote of 8-4. During Planning Commission, the applicant made 2 additional proffers, one for 3% of the total unit count to be income restricted at 80% area median income or less for 30 years, and a one-time Durham Public Schools contribution of $36,000 These commitments will be included in the final development plan if approved this evening. Both the erosion and sediment control and phase development and tree preservation amendment will apply to this case. This means that a 10-foot no-grade setback will be required at time of site plan. Additionally, if the applicant does any mass grading, which is defined as over 4 acres, they will be required to provide a 30-foot 0.6 opacity buffer. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Thank you so much for this, for your report. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open. Before we take comments or remarks from the applicant, I'm going to ask if any of my honorable colleagues have any questions or comments for staff. Seeing none, is the applicant here? Mr. Ghosh, good evening. How much time do you anticipate needing for your presentation, sir?
5 minutes, but I actually wanted to ask if this council
Put 7 minutes on the clock, please.
the late hour, if this council would consider continuing this item to the next available agenda, which I don't know when that is. My client has some, I will say, non-zoning related considerations that they would be happy to work out before this hearing, and they also have another item on the agenda that they'd rather get to.
An official request?
Yeah, I'm asking if you would continue this item.
Let me check with the staff and engage the will of my colleagues on what our schedule looks like, please.
Yep, thank you. So the next available meeting date would likely be the second meeting in January, so January 16th, City Council.
Do you know what our schedule looks like that day now? It's too early to...
Currently, the schedule is clear. All the meetings up until that point are relatively full on the planning side.
Got you. Colleagues, are you amenable? Yeah, okay. She threw it up before I even... Right. Madam Attorney, is this a matter, am I keeping the public hearing open until that date?
Yes, if it's not being referred back, it just remains open until a date certain, which would be January 16th, according to the staff.
All right. It is as stated. Thank you much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. That matter is discharged. We move to item number 22, zoning map change, Millhouse Townes. This is a public hearing, but first we'll receive the report from our staff.
Good evening, Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. Uriah Dorch of Property Resolution Services, LLC, proposes to change the zoning designation of one parcel of land totaling 12.867 acres and located at 1009 Chalk Level Road. The current zoning is residential suburban 10. The applicant proposes to change this designation to residential suburban multifamily with a textual development plan. This will allow up to 90 residential dwelling units, limited to duplexes, townhouses, multiplexes, apartments, or a combination thereof. The applicant has also proffered a one-time payment of $22,500 made to Durham Public Schools. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood on the place type map. The proposed RSMD zoning is consistent with the designated place type. This request received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission on September 12th, 2023, by a vote of 6-3. Both the erosion and sediment control and phase development and tree preservation amendment will apply to this case. This means that a 10-foot no-grade setback will be required at time of site plan. Additionally, if the applicant does any mass grading, which is defined as over 4 acres, they will be required to provide a 30-foot 0.6 opacity buffer. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Thank you so much for your report. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open, but before we go to remarks, I'm going to ask my honorable colleagues if they have any questions or comments for staff. All right, none. Is the applicant, Mr. Ghosh, you're up again. How much time do you anticipate needing for your presentation? 5 minutes? Place 7 minutes on the clock, please, Madam Clerk.
And thank you, Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and members of the City Council. I am Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group at 700 West Main Street here in Durham. I'm representing the applicant for the proposed rezoning. This is an interesting project, but mostly because of where it is located and the limiting factors. For starters, there's only one point of access. This is significant because it limits the total number of units which can be built on this property to no more than 90, period. The other limiting aspect is that all of the surrounding properties, with the exception of the parcel to the south, are already developed or are being developed in a way that does not provide any additional point of access. So we're limited to one point of access. We can't find a connection to the road network another connection to the road network, which would allow this site to get over 90 units. Now, 90 units on this assemblage is still a fair amount. This is about 13 acres. So we're talking about roughly a density of 7 dwelling units per acre. The zoning that we've applied for would limit the housing types to duplexes, townhomes, multiplexes, or apartments. The most likely development will be for sale townhomes, and we have committed to providing 5% of the final unit count as affordable at the 80% AMI level for a period of 30 years. To be honest, there's not really a whole lot more to this project. The project represents a sensible infill development opportunity, which will most likely add townhomes in an area that already has single-family detached homes, apartments, and townhomes. The project includes affordable units and makes a contribution to DPS. It got a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission, and we hope to have your support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Madam Clerk, I don't have any cards, and by my reckoning, there's no one in queue on our virtual platform. You concur? All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone else in the gallery who wishes to speak on this matter? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. I'll ask now my honorable colleagues if they have any questions or comments. All right. All right. There being none, this matter requires 2 motions. At this time, I'll entertain motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential suburban 10 Eno River District B and establishing the same as residential suburban multifamily with a textual development plan, Eno River District B.
So moved.
I heard a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Would you please close the vote and report out?
The motion passes unanimously.
Motion number 2 is to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Heard a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Would you please close the vote and report out?
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, that matter is discharged. Before us, our next item, with the mayor's permission, the final one I'll be doing is item number 23, zoning map change, Durham Summit. And we'll receive a report from the staff.
Thank you, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Mark Roper with the Planning Department. A request for a zoning map change has been received from Kelsey Westwood for 6 parcels of land totaling 12.44 acres and located south of Fairfield Road between North Duke Street and North Roxborough Street. The current zoning is office and institutional with the development plan. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 29.654 to allow up to 360 multifamily apartments. The properties are currently designated Transit Opportunity Area on the place type map. The proposed PDR 29.654 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. This request received a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission on September 2023 by a vote of 8-1. During Planning Commission, an additional proffer was made to provide a 50-foot building setback along parcel with real estate ID 172367 to the south. Additionally, a total of 20,000 square foot of open space will be made publicly accessible within the proposed site. These commitments will be seen in the final development plan if approved tonight. Both the erosion and sediment control and phase development and tree preservation amendment will apply to this case. This means that a 10-foot no-grade setback will be required at time of site plan. Additionally, if the applicant does any mass grading, which is defined as over 4 acres, they will be required to provide a 30-foot 0.6 opacity buffer. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for any questions.
Thank you for your report. This public hearing is officially open. Before I go to the gallery, I'll inquire my colleagues. Any questions or comments? Councilmember Freeman, please.
Thank you. I did have a question. It's on a prior case, actually, and just recognizing that the change in affordable housing is not going to be reflected in our report. Is that going to be updated? even though it's already passed, will it be updated to add the units?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry, what are you?
I just want to make sure that it's reflective that the units were added because it wasn't in the report.
Yes, yeah, that will be added.
Okay. That was all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Anyone else? All right, we'll go to the applicant. Mr. Biker, good evening. How much time do you anticipate needing, sir?
5 or 6 minutes, Mayor Pro Tem.
Put 7 minutes on the clock, please, Madam Clerk.
Good evening, Mayor O'Neill, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Biker. I live at 2614 Stewart Drive. I'm an attorney with Morningstar Law Group, and I'm here tonight representing Beacon Partners. With me tonight are Walker Gorham and Gray Harrell with Beacon Partners, as well as Kelsey Westwood and Earl Llewellyn with Kimley Horn, our civil and traffic engineers. I hope all of you are familiar with this corner of Durham, just a few blocks south of the North Duke, North Roxborough split. As many of you know, I am well past my sell-by date, and just to prove that point, I recall showing these office buildings to my clients back in 1994 and 1995. Back in the late 90s, this was a hot corner in the Bull City, and Qualex was a major employer in North Durham. Fast forward 25 years, and this is an office park that time has passed by. The redevelopment of this approximately 12-acre site has the potential to be a great benefit for the neighborhood. To that end, our team has crafted what is, in my experience, a unique partnership with Durham Technical Community College. Durham Tech is by far the most vital institution in our local economy when it comes to preparing Durham residents for good-paying jobs and acquiring new skills to adapt to our rapidly changing economy. I hope every member of the City Council noticed the text commitment that obligates Beacon to spend at least $2 million to renovate and reuse this office building at the northwest corner of the office park. This is an important investment since the renovated building will be Durham Tech's business and entrepreneurship hub. And this hub will offer multiple career track curriculums for the robust student population at this site. It will be a noteworthy achievement to breathe life into this 35-year-old building, especially when one considers the national decline in the demand for traditional office space. Since we are undertaking a minimum of $2 million investment to facilitate Durham Tech's expansion at this location, we have not put forward an affordability text commitment for this site, with the goal of achieving relative affordability on all units within the new development to benefit the students and employees who will live at this location. In regard to the new apartments at this site, our design contemplates walk-up style units with surface parking, allowing the new development to serve a wide range of residents by targeting a moderate cost of construction, resulting in reasonable rents. We plan to provide Durham Tech students and staff first priority as renters so they can walk to their North Durham campus next door. It's also important to note that this site has very good transit access with Go Durham routes 4 and 9 providing service here. In addition, these apartments are less than a 1-mile walk going south on Duke Street, east on Fraser, and then south on Crabtree to Duke Regional Hospital, one of North Durham's largest employers. Even though Crabtree is gravel, this route provides solid access on foot or on bike with the appropriate bike tires. This redevelopment will provide the North Durham community with the added relief of replacing the existing parking lots that are now the proverbial sea of asphalt and bring them up to UDO standards, along with approximately 2.5 acres of designed tree cover and green space open to the general public, serving as a direct benefit to area employees, students, and residents. It's very encouraging for Durham to see these infill redevelopment types of projects that will, in turn, reduce vehicle miles traveled and increase our tax base. Likewise, it is always good to see derelict property return to productive and attractive use. But I would say the key ingredient with this redevelopment is the commitment to expand the Durham Tech presence in North Durham. I hope you all noticed the email that Durham Tech President J.B. Buxton sent just before 5 o'clock today, recounting the partnership between Durham Tech and Beacon Partners and specifying that the construction allowance will be $4,895,125. For all these reasons, in addition to the 8-to-1 recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission, we request your approval. Our team will be happy to answer any questions. Thank you. I think that Walker may have wanted to say something on behalf of Beacon, but that's it for our presentation, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Biker. Mr. Gorham, did you? Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. My name is Walker Gorham. I am the Durham market leader for Beacon Partners. I did just want to reiterate and highlight a few items. that Patrick mentioned with respect to the partnership with Durham Tech. The origin of this project for us was born out of collaboration with Durham Tech and their expressed desire to expand. They're currently operating in 24,000 square feet in 3404 North Duke Street, which is one of the older buildings on the southwest corner of the site, and expressed a desire to not only expand several of the existing programs, but to add some existing programs at their North Duke Street location. And we're excited to partner with them on a new 40,000 square foot state-of-the-art campus. Over the evolution of their test fit and design of the campus, as you can appreciate with the inflationary environment, costs continued to increase, and our commitment to honor a turnkey upfit with Durham Tech was honored, and ultimately, as President Buxton outlined in his email, our original text commitment of $2.5 million is, in our estimation, likely going to be only approximately half of the total construction costs, which will be funded by Beacon Partners in order to keep their original expansion programming in play at the new facility. But ultimately, our desire is to deliver high-quality, value-oriented multifamily next to the new Durham Tech campus. And in concert with the improvement allowance, we've also made a pledge agreement commitment to Durham Tech for both the student and faculty affordable housing grant. That's going to be a multi-year commitment that's still under review and revision from the leadership team at Durham Tech. But the intent, as Patrick noted, was to have a programmatic relationship with Durham Tech at the project, such that they will have an ongoing grant voucher program on a needs basis for both student and faculty, in addition to the preferred reservation at the project. And lastly, I'll just say we're extremely proud to have the support, the strong support of President Buxton and the leadership team at Durham Tech, and excited. Hope this will be a catalyst for North Durham and the first of a long partnership between Beacon Partners and Durham Tech. So happy to answer any follow-up questions that council may have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, I don't have any cards from anyone, and I don't see anyone in queue on our virtual platform. You concur? All right. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak on this matter? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to declare this public hearing officially closed. The matter is back before this council. I'm going to yield now to my honorable colleagues to see if they have any questions or comments. Councilmember Jose Hyman, please.
Hi, thank you. Just real quick, I'm very excited about the collaboration. You know, I'm an educator, but I think you said something about the grant for staff and students. Is there an amount of like how many apartments or whatever the case may be would be in that grant? Or they're still kind of working out the kinks?
Yeah, we've provided a draft agreement to Durham Tech, and it's under review with their council right now. This will be the first kind of quasi-public-private agreement with Durham Tech, and so as currently stipulated, it would be a 5-year commitment, and we're still working through how they want to allocate or prorate the grant between potential students and faculty, and if those are in fact going to be full subsidies or partial subsidies on a needs basis. So we've made a written contractual commitment to Durham Tech, and the hope is that we can work through that agreement in the near term to put that in place before we're under construction of the project.
I just also want to put a plug out there for students with disabilities, because a lot of my students are having issues with trying to find accessible housing too. So.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero, please.
Just really quickly, I'm really excited to support this project. This is excellent. I think it's a really good example of redeveloping an area of town that I drive in frequently and am often angry at, because it's not particularly attractive.
It was like that when we got here.
So I just want to thank the developer with their work with Durham Tech.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? Councilmember Johnson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I'll just add to the chorus. I think this is a really exciting and innovative way to provide a really strong community benefit in addition to developing an underused area. You're not adding impervious surface. You know, you're redoing a spot that is not really serving us. And yeah, we're, you know, our mandate in deciding whether or not to approve a rezoning is whether or not it's in the public interest. And providing this kind of investment in Durham Tech is a really great way to serve the public interest beyond what we usually see. So thank you for thinking outside the box, and it's a really great idea.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman, please.
Thank you. I would also add to the chorus, but I would add a temperance on it, just noting that I'll be watching and waiting to see how the actual project comes to fruition, because I want to see the students in place and the faculty in place. And so I'm looking forward to saying that it's a great project when it is completed. So thank you.
Thank you. Of course, Madam Mayor, please. Thank you,
Ditto,
Councilmember.
ditto, ditto.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yeah, this is one of those votes that potentially could be one of the ones you look at after you're off the council years from now and say, got that one right, at least. I'm very excited that this is an area, given its centrality, surprised how long it's taken for something to happen there. And I couldn't think of a better partner than Durham Tech. If we're going to achieve our shared economic prosperity goals in the city, Durham Tech is going to be an absolutely indispensable partner. So I'm glad that you're partnered with them. Thank you. This matter is, this public hearing is closed. The matter is back before the council. Colleagues, this matter requires 2 motions. And at this time, I will entertain motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Developed Ordinance by taking property out of the office and institutional with a development plan, Falls Jordan District B, and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 29.654 Falls Jordan District B.
So moved.
I heard a motion from everybody. I'll get Councilmember Hyman and a second from Councilmember Freeman. Madam Clerk, would you open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you. I'll entertain motion number 2 to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So moved.
Second.
Heard a motion from Councilmember Williams, a second from Councilmember Freeman. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
And the motion is unanimous.
Thank you very much. That matter is discharged. Friends, per the mayor's directive, Madam Clerk, I'll still be keeping the gavel for item number 24. I believe our last public hearing for the evening, Consolidated Annexation for Perry Farm. This is a public hearing, but first we'll hear our report from the staff. Good evening again.
Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, and honorable council members. Good evening. Brooke Roper with the Planning Department. A request for utility extension agreement, voluntary annexation, and 2 zoning map change requests have been received from Laura Holloman of McAdams for 4 parcels of land totaling 274.12 acres and located in southeast Durham. This annexation petition is not contiguous to the primary corporate limits. The current zoning is residential rural. The applicant proposes to change this designation to Planned Development Residential 3.155 to allow up to 665 single-family and townhouse units. This request, which was previously named Kemp Road Subdivision and listed as case Z22-00040, received a recommendation of denial from the Planning Commission on July 12, 2022, by a vote of 11-0. The additional zoning map change request is for a 5.560 acre portion of the property located at 10,030 Green Level Church Road, currently designated as residential rural, to be rezoned to RRD. This land would be donated to the City of Durham for public and/or civic uses. The associated annexation was heard by City Council on January 17, 2023, and received a vote of denial by 4-2. The City Council did not act on the associated zoning map change. The properties are currently designated mixed residential neighborhood and recreation and open space on the place type map. The proposed PDR 3.155 zoning is consistent with the designated place type. Both the erosion and sediment control and phase development and tree preservation amendment will apply to this case. This means that a 10-foot no-grade setback will be required at time of site plan. Additionally, if the applicant does any mass grading, which is defined as over 4 acres, they will be required to provide a 30-foot 0.6 opacity buffer. Thank you. Staff and the applicant are available for questions.
Thank you so much for your report. I'm going to officially declare this public hearing open. Before I go to the gallery, I'm going to ask my honorable colleagues if they have any questions or comments. Councilmember Freeman, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to find out from staff, when there are areas of the, I guess, of our streams or creeks that are actually in I guess, a low grade, essentially we're going to need to repair or do repair in that area. Is there any consideration around what it would look like to do eminent domain around those areas?
So I don't know if I can speak towards eminent domain. However, we do, in our comprehensive plan, we have a policy that suggests that developers look at a 300-foot stream buffer, which far exceeds our current UDO standards.
And in this case, is that what's happening? Is that proposed, the 300-foot stream buffer on either side of the creek?
Yes. So the applicant might be able to speak to this. They are doing a 300-foot wildlife corridor buffer, which is in excess of standards. I might need a moment to double check the development plan, though.
That's fine. You can come back out. We'll just hear from the developer.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else? Mr. Rubber, I had a quick question. And I thought the initial language in the memo says that this property is not contiguous to corporate limits. I thought I read somewhere that due to subsequent or interceding annexations that it now would be. Does that sound familiar? Or is it still the case that it would not be contiguous?
To my knowledge, it still is not contiguous, but I will double check.
Okay, I thought I read that, but thank you. Colleagues, anyone else? All right, this is a public hearing. I'm going to ask the applicant's representative. If you'll come, Mr. Ghosh. Good evening again, sir. How much time do you anticipate needing? 10 minutes. Please place 10 minutes on the clock.
If you will, just give me a second. And good evening, Mayor Neal, Mayor Pro Tem Middleton, members of the City Council. I am Neil Ghosh with the Morningstar Law Group, and I'm representing the applicant for this rezoning, which is the CSC Group. Also with me tonight are Mr. Steve George from the CSC Group, Ronald Stevenson from Ramey Kemp, and Laura Holloman from McAdams. As was mentioned, you all heard this case, I believe, back in January of this year. And at that time, there were two pieces of information floating around that impacted the consideration of this project. First was the information about the fire safety infrastructure, and the second item related to the site's designation in the comprehensive plan, specifically whether it would be considered a future growth area. Both of these questions have been resolved for this site. There is adequate fire safety capacity, and the property is within the urban growth boundary, and it is not part of a future growth area. In short, that means that this property is ripe for development now. The place type map designation for this property is a combination of mixed residential and recreation open space. You can see the side-by-side comparison on this slide. On the left, you have the place type designation, and on the right, you have a page from the development plan, which shows in purple the areas which can be developed. It's pretty uncanny how closely they match one another. The place type map shows more development in the north than we do, and we show more development in kind of, I guess, the center than the place type map shows. But ultimately, we are consistent with the place type map, as is mentioned in the staff report. Also mentioned in the staff report is that this project is consistent with 22 out of 25 policies that are applicable to this development. It's actually more consistent with the comprehensive plan than any other project that you have heard tonight, and there's a good reason why. First is its infrastructure. one area where this project excels is in road improvements. At peak hours, right now, currently it is difficult to make a left turn onto Highway 98. Traffic signals can help, but part of the issue here is mere throughput. This project provides more capacity on both fronts. It commits to 3 different traffic signals, one at Kemp and 98, another at Kemp and Carpenter Pond, and the last is at Carpenter Pond and Hickory Grove Church. With regard to throughput, this project commits to a significant number of improvements along 98 in the section between Sharon Road and Kemp Road. This includes constructing another eastbound through lane on the south side of 98 from Sharon Road. It also includes constructing another westbound turn lane on the north side of 98 eastward from Olive Branch Road. It also includes widening 98 on the north side to add westbound receiving lanes for the left turns from both Kemp Road and Olive Branch Road. Basically, this project is going to widen both sides of Highway 98 for most of the section between Kemp Road and Sharon Road, which greatly will increase throughput and facilitate left turn movements. This actually is calculated not only to mitigate the traffic impacts from this development, but also to improve traffic flow from what it is today. So I just want to make sure we're clear on that. We are more than mitigating. We are improving the traffic flow from what it is today. I don't think there are any projects that can say that, all told, this project commits to over $4 million worth of road improvements. The other reason we are consistent with the comp plan is the commitment to the environment. First, take note, something may have happened in the audience, I'm not sure. First, I think you could take note that we have a cap on impervious, limited to no more than 24%. We also have committed to nearly double the required tree coverage and more than triple the amount of required open space. Within the open space, we're providing a 100-foot wide greenway easement for the future construction of a city greenway. We will be building connections to the greenway, and one thing that is not included in that open space figure is that this project is giving a 5.5 acre area to the city for a public park. This is a huge asset for this area given the lack of public parks in this growing section of the city. Another thing to note, based on our impervious area being no more than 24%, this project only is required to provide 50-foot riparian buffers or stream buffers, but we are providing 300-foot wide stream buffers. That's 6 times the required width. And to be clear, we're providing both sides of that on this project. So this is a 600-foot wide undisturbed wildlife corridor. This is in line with both the North Carolina Natural Heritage Inventory and the East Durham Open Space Plan. The development plan shows only 1 stream crossing. We are handling the 100-year storm in addition to increased stormwater and erosion control measures like upsized SNEC ponds, double rows of silt fence, and the use of flocculants. From an environmental standpoint, this project incorporates pretty much every mitigation suggested by area residents or in adopted plans. And we are subject to the phase development and mass grading text amendment. This is an environmentally sound project. And this project commits to providing affordable for-sale units. 3% of the final unit count will be affordable at the 80% AMI level for a period of 30 years. And to ensure that those units do not just get pushed off to the section of this project on the west side of Kemp Road, we have committed to a minimum of 18 of the affordable units being provided on the east side of Kemp Road. This project is a good example of how the process and the comp plan can shape a project to incorporate several community benefits and become all the better for it. I think throughout the process, we have seen stakeholders kind of flinch because of the size of this project. But when you get into the details of this project, it has everything. It is the project size that enables it to deliver on these various fronts. And you have to keep in mind that the mass grading and phase development text amendments ensure that this project will be developed slowly and in small phases. On the environmental front, this project has everything: 24% impervious, 600-foot wide undisturbed wildlife corridors, massive amount of tree preservation, massive amount of open space. The project provides 5.5 acres of meaningful park space to the public. And on the road improvement front, this project provides more than any other project in the basin to more than mitigate its impacts. It provides a variety of housing and it provides affordable housing. This is a very good, albeit big ol' honkin' project. We hope to have your support tonight, and our team is available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. Did Ms. Holloman wish to speak?
I'm sorry?
Laura Holloman, did she wish to speak as well?
No, but she's available. She's on the team. She's available.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I have a number of cards for folk who are here in gallery, but Madam Clerk, I think I saw two people, at least two people in queue on our virtual platform who wish to speak. I'm going to start with them and then bring it here to the folk in person. It doesn't indicate whether they're proponents or opponents, so if you'll make Tina Motley Pearson available. Good evening, Tina Motley Pearson, can you hear me?
Oh, hey, sorry about that.
No worries.
Can you hear me?
Yes, are you a proponent or opponent of this project?
I am an opponent of the project.
Okay, very good. Thank you for being with us. You'll have 3 minutes starting now.
Good evening, Mayor Neal and members of City Council. My name is Tina Motley Pearson. I live at 2205 Olive Branch Road. Perry Farms has a different name and a different developer pushing it. And of course, this is more of the same type of development that will cause the same problems that we're already seeing in Southeast Durham. And at what point do the rest of you, meaning the ones that generally vote for these developments in this area, say enough is enough and start standing up for the residents of Durham? We don't have the infrastructure, and your votes for the developers are votes in favor of destroying resident homes and wells, not to mention all the water quality issues. There's no accountability from these large corporate developers that are destroying our community and the environment, and all of you know it. And for some reason, some of you will support these developers literally no matter what. At this point, it's become absurd. There's a lawsuit with the Southern Environmental Law Center, the river keepers involved, state senators and legislators have been out to see the damage. News stations, articles, videos show the damage from these unaccountable developers. Literally, I'm not sure what else has to happen. No one believes the affordable housing argument, as it must cost a small fortune to turn forests with rolling topography and blast it into flat dirt fields. These costs are passed on to the home buyers. These corporate home builders are making bank, and 4 council members can't see past the dollar signs to do their job and say, hold up, we have a problem. Upton Sinclair is a great quote that seems to be relevant with the development saga in Southeast Durham. It is difficult to get a man to understand something when his salary depends on his not understanding it. To those of you thinking about passing Perry Farms, please do your job and protect the residents and environment instead of just kowtowing to these developers. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Madam Clerk, I see Vanessa Evans. I believe if you would make Vanessa available. Vanessa Evans, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Are you a proponent or opponent?
Proponent.
Did you say proponent?
Yeah, just
okay.
basically.
You'll have 3 minutes starting now. Thank you for being with us.
All right, no problem. I just want to say the same things that she was just saying. And it's not just about Lick Creek. It's about all areas where development is going on. When you have the developers that are, using explosives and people's homes are being damaged, it's causing issues to our creeks and waters. These are things that we're going to have to look at for our future. I hope that y'all really take in consideration. It's not about not having development, but development being done in the right way. And making the developers accountable for some of these actions that are happening to people that you have no choice when development is coming in and they decide to do what they're going to do. But a person who's been living there, whether it's a month or 10 years, they shouldn't have to pay for a well being damaged because they've decided they needed to explode a certain area to level out the land or what it may be. So I'm hoping that, we can make some common sense about what is going on in Durham. So it's about all our lakes and streams, our creeks that we all have to be a part of. I love Durham. I love all of the areas of Durham. And I'm hoping that we'll really take in consideration the issues of what is happening to our environment. I hope that things will be still in place and standing for our children and our children's children. So I'm just hoping that you're taking in consideration what Tina just said and what other people have said in the past. It's just a concern about the environment, our animals. Everybody has to have a place to stay, including now the creatures who live upon this land. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Madam Clerk, that's all I see on the virtual platform. With that, I'll come now to our neighbors who are here with us. I'm going to read about 5 names. If you would, just queue up along the, line up along the railing to expedite matters. And we're going to welcome Kathleen Osensky, Carlos Lopez, James Chavis, Robin Barefoot, and Pam Andrews. Good evening. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
This is my first time ever doing this. I became a political activist as of last Thursday when I witnessed the damage that was done. I am Kathleen Osensky. I live on Tuttle Road in Durham.
Welcome.
Okay, so last Thursday, I went with this group down to see the Perry Farm property. I was unaware of where it was located, what was involved, and when I went, I witnessed how devastating the damage to Lick Creek is, okay? One of the gentlemen that was there mentioned he used to stand on the bridge and watch the fish swim between the rocks. There were no rocks. All I saw was sediment and some standing water. Okay, there hadn't been rain, so it wasn't flowing to look like tomato soup as the news has shown. So I went down there. I said, okay, I want to see just how bad this was. Without the flowing water, I was able to try to dig down. This is all damage from other developments that have already caused the loss of wildlife. I tried to dig in. I tried to see, went down about yay high, no rocks, which meant that the sediment that had flowed there was even worse. There was no life signs in the water whatsoever, no plants, nothing. It was all dead. And I wanted to know why Durham is considering building on this land. The city isn't doing it, but you're listening to developers. We got this beautiful picture shown tonight of what's going to happen. But once this land is developed, the natural habitat is gone. No matter how much you give wildlife, it's going to be gone. It is supposedly heritage land. With the damage that is done, are we as taxpayers going to have to fund the fixing? I don't know. I mean, I don't know how we're going to even fix it because there's just so much there. I understand Durham is planning for the future, but at what cost? Citizens living around the developments are paying a high price. Wells are destroyed, foundations damaged or ruined, okay? We want to build. I'm not against building, but there comes a point when nature is involved that the destruction is for generations. I don't want to see the destruction of this area. I witnessed how beautiful it was, but I also witnessed the damage to wildlife.
Ms. Osensky, thank you so much for being with us this evening. Mr. Lopez, good evening, sir. Welcome.
Can I just finish one thing?
Yeah, it's time. I really want to be, the hour's late, so
Okay.
please forgive me.
I just wanted to appeal to your
I'm going to do this to everybody, I promise you. Mr. Lopez, thank you, sir. Good evening, sir. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Carlos Lopez. I live at 5301 Kemp Road at the top of the hill from this development. I've grown up there since the age of 5 years old. I'll be 65 in January. My grandfather left Spain boarded a cargo ship, merchant ship, hauling to America. He met my grandma in Baltimore Harbor. They started out in Baltimore. At the age of 5 for my father, they decided to leave Baltimore because of the congestion, because of the issues with everything going on there in the big city as it was growing, to move down here to a more rural area. The farm life, they wanted to grow their own crops. They raised chickens, to provide a future for our future generations. I've grown up on this land pretty much, played down there at the creek, wandered the woods with my younger brother at the time, my neighbors. We explored, we learned so much about aquatic life, about nature, animal, mineral, and vegetable. I've seen the changes as the developers have done the mass grading. Was there, witnessed, walked down every evening to the bridge and the new construction on the road. Great, big improvement there. However, the damage that has been done, and I invite you to actually lay your eyes on some of this property. It is incredible, and what will be done for this development will destroy the habitat. It will absolutely destroy some of the most pristine environment that I have ever witnessed. And I don't know much other to say other than without being able to go and witness it yourself. My father planted trees, orchard, vineyard on some of the family farm that he grew up on. And this was in recent years after he had retired, for our future generations. I've got my daughter living next door in her family. Youngest grandson has autism. I'm trying to provide, as my ancestors have tried to provide, a safe, wholesome environment for my future generations. And I see to where, this adjoining property is going to harm that.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Thank you so much for being with us, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chavis, good evening, sir. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Good night, rather. I hope y'all not as sleepy as I am, but it's okay. My name is James Chavis, and I've been up here many times. Pat 1, which is the district I am, runs to that county line, what's known as the county. And our streams and everything, water runs straight out that way. Some of y'all don't know nothing about environment if you did not grow up like I did. Planting right there on Drew Street, right there in that river. Didn't know, like I know now, how so many of our black folks died with tuberculosis that didn't know playing in that kind of water could bring to us. Did not know anything else about the lakes, the creeks, or anything, but we played in them. And now we see that Raleigh or Wake County is fin to put a lawsuit against Durham for the mess that people that live out there did not do. The people like us staying way on this side, we did not do. But y'all let the developers do it, and guess what? Y'all gonna ask for a tax increase for us to pay for it. Tell me why. Why can't you take that same $30,000 you gave to the city attorney and put that aside? Why can't you take that $30,000 you gave one to pay and put that aside? You said we didn't have no money, but you found some money. Now let's see, can you take and find some money right now to put aside for us that you do not have to raise our taxes when Wake County comes back and say, y'all shall clean up that area. Ask your city manager what she's waiting on now to do it. Why hasn't she been out there? Why haven't some of you all been out? Because I've been out there. I know what you're talking about. So I advise you before you vote, go check it out for yourself and see what it's really like. And then you'll understand what we're saying. Help us so that we can help our own self. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chavis. Robin Barefoot, good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much. I'm going to let them set this up if you'll give me a minute. Beyond my pay grade.
I think it's beyond mine, too.
Okay, and you stand right here and click through, because I'm not even going to do that much. So while she's pulling this up, I'll say that my name's Robin Barefoot, and I live in Johnson Mill Road in North Durham. I am lead batter somehow on this team of Preserve Rural Durham. It's because their colleague, Tammy Sawaya, her dad died today. And though he's 97 years old at the time of his death, it was unexpected, and so she's with her family. So my friends asked me if I would stand here and present the slides that she was going to present, because as you know, Preserve Rural Durham does a great job of orienting their slides to make a cohesive presentation. So I'm glad to accommodate them, but for the record, I would like the record to show that I'm not a member of Preserve Rural Durham. I'm not on the board of directors of Preserve Rural Durham. I stand with them because I rely on their investigative research, and I also appreciate that they speak truth to power. Tammy Sawaya was going to share with you the question about whether this project is needed in order to address the need for housing units in Durham. And what Tammy had done, I think both through a FOIA request and also through the Triangle J Council, is she had gotten information about what the population growth is going to be in Durham and what the number of housing units that would be necessary relative to that population growth. And when she did the math, which I did not do, she came up with this chart, which would indicate that we already, through the units that have been approved by the Durham City Council through October of '23, we already exceed the number of units that are necessary by 3,693 units. That doesn't include what we have approved tonight. So I just want to say that number went up. And she calculates that to be a 19% overage. It also does not include those projects that get approved at the county, at the Planning Commission level, administratively. And so there seems to be adequate housing to accommodate what we're anticipating for the next decade or plus decades in Durham. I want to speak to the argument that I know occurs occasionally when this is discussed, that increasing inventory of housing is going to make affordability. I don't think that's true. I think New York City, I think San Francisco and Austin all tried those strategies, and I don't think that that has worked out well for them. I also want to demonstrate that I think that what's happened in Durham is that private equity has commodified and monetized every aspect of what they can possibly sell, including the trees. I was on Barini Drive today, and I saw an amazing departure of trees.
Ms. Barefoot, thank you so much.
Right before my eyes. Thank you so much,
I
Mayor
appreciate you being
Pro
with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Andrews?
I'm an opponent,
Pam,
so you know.
yes, ma'am. Pam Andrews, good evening. Thank you so much for being with us. If you'll state your name, you have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Good evening, Pamela Andrews, Wake Forest Highway.
I have my lovely assistant. I should explain those in a minute. So the Durham's UDO is my first topic tonight. Section 13.1 of Durham's Unified Development Ordinance states, to the maximum extent possible, subdivisions shall be designed to protect habitats of rare and unusual plants or wildlife as documented in the established Durham inventory, the state natural heritage listing, or on the National Register of Historic Places. The Middle Lick Creek Bottomlands Natural Area contains mature, hardwood, forest, and rare plant species, including significantly rare Douglas bittercress. And if you look at the map and the pictures, you can see the orange outline is this project, and the green is where it is natural heritage area. So a large chunk of that will be used. This map kind of shows the same thing. This is the green, which is showing you the natural heritage area. It overlays the building area, which is in the purple underneath. And you can once again see a large amount of this natural heritage area will be used. Buffers is my next topic. The NC National Heritage Program recommends a 300-foot vegetated buffer on either side of the aquatic natural areas, in this case, Lick Creek, and 100-foot riparian buffers for feeder creeks within the natural areas, in this case, the tributaries feeding Lick Creek. There are 11 of those on this site. Yes, 11. The Perry Farm developer is only offering a 50-foot streamside buffer on several of these tributaries of Lick Creek. Notice in the picture all the intermittent creeks that you see there. These are areas that cannot be used because they are inhabited with water and creeks and streams. So I don't know why we call these proffers, because they're really not a proffer. You can't use them. We also know variances can be given. We know that sewer easements can go in these buffers, so they're really not much of a buffer. Next slide. Efficiency study. We know that new stormwater erosion amendment's in place. It was passed back in May. However, we have no real test to see if it is working. Durham has no quality control measures in place to ensure these measures are working. We need those. We need to see they're working before we keep approving more. You still see tomato soup in these creeks. This is a picture taken August 31st. The amendment started in May. It's not working. I have pictures in September and October. It's not working, folks. We're not saving this creek. Last slide. Negative impacts on the watershed. The last Lick Creek watershed analysis is 2006. A key management strategy is preventing impacts of this largely undeveloped watershed is to protection of those lands that are most critical to water quality and aquatic habitat. Notice this will touch the critical watershed boundary. The critical watershed boundary. It doesn't get any closer to Falls Lake than that, my friends. That means you're within a mile of Falls Lake. This is critical. There are 11 tributaries that will be harmed in this process. By the way,
thank you, Ms. Andrews.
This little critter is smothered out by this.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. It's your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Stainback, and as Ms. Stainback comes, I'm going to ask Rebecca Freeman, Pam Williams, Jacob Freeman, Thomas Freeman, and Wanda Allen to prepare themselves, please. Good evening. Welcome. If you state your name, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and council members. My name is Donna Stainback, and my address is on file. I'm a lifelong Durham resident. I am. It's not a. We need to pause my time. Okay. We are an opponent due to the blasting impacts. Blasting continues to damage homes and affect residents' quality of life. No developer or blasting company has provided compensation for blasting damages. Junction Road had 10 homes that were impacted in November of 2022, while adjacent KB Homes was blasting. The water was nearly black, pictured in the toilet tank on the slide. They thought they had a solution, but that was stopped, and then they got a tanker, and now that has been removed, so there is no solution. Claims continue to be denied. We sent case studies of 8 denials out to the elected officials of Durham and the state. Homeowners are denied pre-inspection reports with pictures. The blasting and related issues are causing anxiety to the homeowners. The impacted citizens do not have funds for lawyers, and the blasting companies know this. Blasting disturbs erosive Triassic soil that easily washes into creeks. There is inadequate distance for filtering the sediment to streams and the lake. Blasting impacts the air quality as well as the water quality. It creates noise, vibration, dust, fumes, and ground disturbance. There is no adequate process that protects adjacent residents, no one to follow up to make sure pre-inspections are done, and no mitigation process for citizens and the blasting companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Rebecca Freeman. Good evening. You'll have 3 minutes after you state your name. Thank you for being with us.
The presentation needs to come up.
Okay.
It goes around this way. Okay, because I want to, there, okay. Okay.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Freeman, 1818 Southview Road in Durham. Good evening, Mayor O'Neill and Pro Tem Middleton and all the council members. I'm going to cover the area of fire, and I wanted to call your attention to the fact that this is the third time Perry Farm or the South Kemp Road subdivision is seeking City Council approval. In October 22, then in January 23, it was denied by a vote of 5-2, but the reason was no fire protection was available. City planners said this project is in a future area growth area, which is right here. And, sorry, here it is right here. And so they said that this was in the future growth area and told that unless fire protection is available, then they could not build and nothing could go into that particular area. The city planner analysis said that fire station, the new, now city planners say that they were told the fire protection is available and removed from the project in the future growth area, which is right here. So this tip area right here, all the way up to here to 98, all this area here, which is Howard's Place, Charter School, and Perry Farm have all been moved from the future growth area, saying that they do have fire protection. They're saying that the fire station 8 and 17 are both within a 10-minute drive to Perry Farm, and the national standard for fire response time is 6.5 minutes. It's a lot less than a 10-minute drive. The 22 audit of the Durham fire response times, fire response says that in a fire, there is one thing that matters almost more than any other: response time. Every other aspect of the job of a firefighter performs hinges on the critically important factor of time. A few minutes could be the difference between preserving life and property. A yes vote for Perry Farm puts 1,530 men, women, children, and elderly at risk at Perry Farm. 2 additional projects are in the pipeline and will increase the people at risk to 4,285, including 1,200 charter school kids plus staff. Okay. Sorry. This next slide shows that this is the area here, and this area here is what we're talking about, and this is fire station 17 would come from this area, and fire station 8 would come from this area, and there is no fire protection here. Durham is not meeting the target response times as is in this report that the Durham City Audit Department provided. Also, the academy started with 56 positions and is now down to 37 and less than one-half complete. So they are lacking in firefighters, and they're having a hard time keeping them even in the school. They're 15% behind other local municipalities in their pay. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us. Pam Williams.
Oh.
Good evening. You'll have 3 minutes after you state your name. Good to see you.
Can somebody bring this slideshow up? Good afternoon. My name is Pam Williams. Thank you for letting us speak again to you about this matter. Here I want to show that in transportation, this site on NC 98 and Kemp Road is close to the intersection. Just to clarify a comment that was made earlier, there is a light proposed by Triple Crown Farms for this intersection that deals with Triple Crown Farms. If it's not put in at that, then they will have to put it in. It's not put in by another. Okay, the traffic numbers now on NC 98 is 14,056. Oops. That is really close. That is right at capacity now. We have Falls Village that's being constructed. Falls Village North has been approved, and they've got site plans in review. Triple Crown Farms is being constructed. With all those three, it jumps the number up to around 22,000. Perry Farm will add another 5,400. The total is 27,446. No major roadway infrastructure improvements in this area are proposed except left and right turns and some additional traffic signals. This is not what the area needs. It needs proposed major road improvements for all the people that's coming out to this area. Also, NCDOT would not be, and they would not be adding left turns, right turns, a wider lane on NC 98 if it wasn't required for them to get their occupancy. Anyway, the schools, I want to bring to your attention is 291 proposed in this subdivision. As you can see, the elementary schools is already over capacity. The middle school students, middle school is already over capacity. Where are all these kids going? We don't have schools planned. What's going to happen? And I stand here and quote you the numbers on NC 98 being over capacity. The schools, hospital, doctor's office are all over capacity with this development. Triple Crown, Falls Village coming online. It will increase the burden of our infrastructure in this area. But numbers are just that. Kemp Road is a narrow, winding road with sharp curves that aren't completely taken into account when we look at capacity of a road. NC 98, most days from 3:30, it's continuous line of cars heading east in the afternoon. And when I say heading east, I mean it's a continuous line all the way to Wake Forest. I go there quite often. My daughter lives in Wake Forest. NC 98, accidents happen quite often in this area. It seems like every week, and sometimes it's 2 to 3 a week, and some don't get reported. An experienced bike rider got killed last fall in NC 98 in front of Neal Middle School. The fact is there are no planned road improvements in this area in the 2050 transportation program by the state because none are recommended by the local municipality.
Thank you very much.
And there's my nice little picture.
Jacob Freeman. Good evening, sir. If you'll state your name, you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Just roll that.
Okay. Will the presentation show up? Okay, so my name is Jacob Freeman. My address is on file. Appreciate the time to speak with you this evening. So tonight I'm going to begin talking about tonight I'm going to begin by talking about development within the watershed of Wake County versus Durham County and the differences in how the counties view development. These differences lead to concerns from me as a Wake County resident regarding Lick Creek and the Falls Lake watershed. As you can see from this slide, the critical watershed line for Wake County is 1/2 mile and for Durham County is 1 mile from full pool of Falls Lake, and both are about 1/2 mile from elevation 251.5 for the protected watershed. Looking at this information at first glance, you might say, well, Durham's more stringent than Wake. But if you look a little bit closer, if you look at the protected watershed area and what's allowed, you can clearly see the differences, and that's that table right there. Wake County requirements have a lower impervious surface maximum and a higher minimum lot size, both of which result in density development in lower density development in the critical watershed and protected watershed areas. The minimum lot size is important because that minimum lot size is per dwelling in the protected watershed area we are showing, not an overall average of dwelling units per acre in the development. A large portion of the drainage basin for Falls Lake is within Durham. Therefore, Durham must work to protect Wake County's drinking water supply with its actions by limiting high-density development in the protected watershed, restrictions this development does not provide. When looking at Lake Mickey and the Little River Reservoir, it's very interesting to me how restrictive requirements are around these reservoirs, which have very large watershed areas. Almost the entirety of what I'm going to characterize as the northern part of Durham County is in the M/LRB or M/LRA watershed district that includes Lake Mickey and Little River. The entirety of this area, according to what I read in the UDO, has a minimum lot size of 3 acres, which is quite a bit different from the southeastern part of Wake County near Falls Lake. All right, so on this slide, you can see how the proposed use area is not consistent with Durham's place type map. You'll also notice how in the light green area, the topographic lines are designated as recreation open space, and that's shown right here. This lines up exactly with the area the NC National Heritage Program discussed earlier. In my mind, this is because planners knew the designation of this land and intended for this land to be set aside for preservation. A previous report for the NC Heritage Program staff from 2020 showed the area largely encompassing Perry Farm project as Middle Lick Creek Bottomlands Natural Area. So to be completely clear, what's being proposed here with the development of this site is to blast, flatten, and forever change this natural heritage site. Additionally, this development has come up multiple times and has been denied, and it's not within the existing character of the area. Thanks for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Freeman. Thomas Freeman, good evening. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us. Good to see you.
Yes, good evening. My name is Thomas Freeman. I'm also known as one of the usual suspects. My address is on file and in the notes of some of the council members. What I'll talk to you tonight is about topography and a quick lesson about reading a topographical map. The darker lines you're seeing, these are 5-foot intervals, and the darker it is, the steeper the slope. The point I'm trying to stress is there is a 122 vertical drop here on this site, 122 feet of vertical change. Next slide. So here I've got a site photo of the site. How do I get those numbers? How do I derive at those numbers? These are real numbers. Take the peak elevation of 384 of the site, the stream elevation of 262. We have a difference of 122 feet. So big deal. How tall is that? Next slide. This may be a familiar landmark to you. This is Irwin Square, and this is a topographical comparison. This is a 124-foot tall building. Don't be confused if the question is asked, well, will there be much grading? My friends, 124 feet of vertical elevation change, that grade differential equals blasting. Next slide. So what does this all mean? It means extensive land disturbance. As has been mentioned before, there are 11 streams running through the site. There are 11 streams running through the site. The wetlands and topographical floodplains drain directly into the critical watershed of Falls Lake. This property directly is adjacent to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers property, public land at the Falls Lake critical watershed. My friends, this is the last line of defense. We've been chasing this for 2 years and over 5 miles of Lick Creek. Now we're at that juncture. This is the last line of defense. Vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us, sir. Wanda Allen. Wanda Allen, good evening, good to see you. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Allen. I would like for everyone in this chamber to look at this slide. Look at this slide. We, as taxpayers, are being asked to pay for the environmental damage to Falls Lake and to the stream. The city and the county government is very much aware that they're damaging the streams and the lakes because they have approved and placed in their budget over $73.8 million. I said $73.8 million. They've approved 33.8, and that is part of the UN BRA budget. They've approved $10 million for allergy scrubber. Man, and that's supposed to clean up the lake, Falls Lake. There's $30 million that has been put aside for the North Carolina stream restoration. And you guys are very much familiar with some of those creeks in there. We've got Lick Creek, Ellaby Creek. Oh, and let me just tell you this. This doesn't include in-kind monies from HOAs. For an example, Grove Park HOA paid over $100,000 to help clean up this mess. But wait a minute, I'm not finished. This is not it. Now the city of Durham is investing in a Southeast Durham watershed improvement plan to improve the water quality in Lick Creek. Yes, I said improve the water quality in Lick Creek. Who's going to pay for that? We as taxpayers. Don't forget that. If you don't think you're going to pay for it, look at your tax bill that just came in. We are all very disturbed about that. So yes, we're going to pay for this watershed. Excuse me, I went the wrong way. Okay, so here's what I'm going to say. You know that old saying, just say no? Just say no to Perry Creek due to the given location, the impact on Lick Creek's water, Falls Lake, and the developer is offering bare minimum of environmental protection and the value conservation area, plus the federally located impaired waterways like Lick Creek. Remember what I said? Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to ask now if Samantha Kropp, Mimi Kessler, Sherry Zane Rosenthal, and Martha Pentecost, which will exhaust all the cards I have, Madam Clerk, that order. And Samantha, good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name, you have 3 minutes. Good to see you.
Getting our technology sorted out. If you'll give us just one second here.
Is this PowerPoint or?
It's just a PDF. There we go.
That'd be good enough.
Thank you so much, council members. My name is Samantha Kropp, for the record, and I'm here in my role as the Noose River Keeper with the nonprofit Sound Rivers. You've heard from me a lot about the work that I've been doing in Lick Creek. For over a year, I have been regularly documenting extreme cases of sediment pollution in Lick Creek. This photo shows an image with the blue dot, which is one of my routine sample sites, which is directly adjacent to that red shape, which is the Perry Farms proposal. So I wanted to share a little bit about those on-site observations that I've made while going out there for this year. So this is a photo that I took in the early October at that exact location that was pinned on that map, where you can obviously see sediment pollution coming in from a tributary, meeting Lick Creek, polluting Lick Creek. We've documented that again and again, and we've also documented that sediment settling on the creek bed. And we've also brought out benthic macroinvertebrate specialists who have shown the impacts that that sediment pollution is having on macroinvertebrate populations and their diversity. And those are the very building blocks of aquatic life, period. So to demonstrate that this is not natural and this is not inevitable, we've also documented sediment levels in a nearby 1 mile away tributary called Rocky Branch that's currently not impacted. You can see in this slide, which I'm happy to share, the differences in turbidity, with blue being Rocky Branch, the unimpacted creek, and red being Lick Creek in that location after it meets the very impacted stream. So this is not natural and this is not inevitable. And just for reference, fish populations begin to suffer delayed hatching rates, reduced growth, and reduction in feeding success after just a few weeks of exposure to turbidity levels at 100 NTU and higher. So I can say from my time documenting water quality in this area that we have not yet seen evidence that Durham's new SNEC regulations and mass grading regulations are doing the trick. And so one of my questions is, what is the process for determining the efficacy of these protocols before we approve more impactful developments in the area? I think, we recognize that on paper this comes with a lot of good conditions that we'd like to see in other places. We do support bigger buffers, absolutely support green space, support proffers for public spaces, but we have to consider the unique context of this area. And we also have to consider the cumulative impacts here. This is a satellite image that I took within the last month. And this shows just Lick Creek, and again, the development proposal in black, just the extent of development that's already happened on this corridor is significant, and those cumulative impacts truly do matter. Another piece of the cumulative impact to consider is just the impacts that have already happened to the mapped Middle Lick Creek Natural Heritage Area. That's the red shape on here. You can see that a lot of land clearing has already been approved in that natural heritage area. And in fact, this is the largest swath of remaining forest land in that area that has not been turned over to development. And it's all moving east towards Falls Lake. So the last thing that I want to say is just that the lateness of this hour, I know that you all got 1,500 comments. There'd be more people here if they could be.
Thank you, Ms. Kropp.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for being with us. Mimi Kessler. Ms. Kessler, good evening. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. My name is Mimi Kessler. I live in Durham, and my address is on record. This is probably a good proposal for another property. This property should not be developed. There's just been too much damage to Lick Creek. The area is being overdeveloped. The roads are already overwhelmed with traffic, and lots of homes are still being constructed. We used to build according to the contour of the land, rather than making the land be something else. I don't think that blasting is being a good steward of our environment. Please vote against this proposal.
Thank you, Ms. Kessler. Sherry Zane Rosenthal, good evening. If you'll state your name, you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Sherry Zan Rosenthal, Wilson Street, Durham. I just want to start by saying that I have never seen a citizen group present as compelling and documented presentations as the Southeast Preserve Rural Durham folks consistently do. I'm in awe of you all because you just really bring tremendous data. This project has a context in which the council has previously approved devastating environmental damage from mass grading and sprawl. I've said before to you that I think years ago we should have banned mass grading. At this point, with all that's gone before, the environmental devastation is so clear. Some of you claim to be environmentalists. This would be a wonderful time to actually demonstrate that instead of talking about it. The lack of planning for adequate city and community support for healthy community is really clear. The deforestation is clear. Our fire department previously reported last October that with what this council has already approved in Southeast Durham, it hasn't the capacity to serve new development. And this is a discontiguous annexation. There is just no compelling public policy reason to annex this property, and many reasons not to. It is sprawl that devastates the remaining forest land in Southeast Durham. Now, Mr. Ghosh claims this is an environmental project, but that's only if one assumes that the current zoning, residential rural, is a mistake. Essentially, the assumption behind Mr. Ghosh's presentation is that all land should be developed. And not to be too dramatic, but that is a deadly assumption for life on this planet. There was a time for many years when rezoning and annexation were separate. The developer would have to build the development and build the public, the water and sewer and all the other improvements before the city would go in and annex. That was the practice for many years. And it was one of the reasons for it was so that the city would know that things were actually up to the city standards before it extended the boundary lines. And I think that it's a bad practice to annex in this way, especially discontiguously, because it is absolutely sprawl, and it disenfranchises these people who are the neighbors. They are having to put up with all of these impacts when they have no representation on this council. And frankly, the way some of the council members have spoken to these folks in the past shows that you know that they are not your voters. State law gives city council authority and an obligation.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenthal.
All right.
Thank you for being with us. Martha Pentecost, good evening. Thank you for being with us. If you'll state your name, you have 3 minutes. Thank you for being with us.
Martha Pentecost. I live in Durham on Carolina Avenue. And yeah, everything that's been said is so compelling. And I can't add to those bits of information that have so much significance here. What I don't understand is why we have these categories of natural heritage sites and all the things that you and your forerunners have done to address these kinds of problems. And now you don't seem to stand on what has been decided. I don't understand how you can continue to say that we think these things are important. We understand that these are the resources on which we all survive, and there's so many things that we don't understand. The science is not out there because there are so many small things, and people have not studied so much. When we destroy an ecosystem like is proposed here, we can't just build it back with planting saplings. These things take thousands of years to be created, and we're depending on them in ways we don't even imagine. It seems that what we need to do is use our imagination to believe that every decision we make actually makes a difference. And we can say we have these ordinances and these UDOs and these declarations about the importance, but then when someone asks to develop, we say, go ahead, because it's always worked. But this is a new world, and these things which used to look like they were working have destroyed so much. We're really in danger. And it's up to us, seeing how important these things are, to make decisions that follow the principles that we've put into ordinances and into words. It just we keep saying yes to development. I agree, this is a piece of land that should not be developed. There's already too much compromise, and we are hurting the water systems that we all depend on, and we don't even know what's involved. So I hope that we will stick with what we've claimed to think was important and have addressed with thought-out writings and with studies.
Thank you, Ms. Pentecost. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you. Friends and neighbors, that exhausts all of the cards that I have from the clerk. Mr. Ghost, you still have some time in the bank if there's anything you wanted to respond to.
So in large part, I think what was said relates to impacts to the watershed, to Lick Creek caused by previous development. I actually did not hear any asks or requests about this project other than to not develop this land at all. But
Excuse me, in the gallery, I'm going to assure that doesn't happen to you either. Please let the speaker speak. Thank you.
But the property, but the project, I should say, rather, is consistent with the comprehensive plan and consistent with several policies or aspects of various environmental programs and plans that have been adopted. I know there was some talk about the natural heritage area and what that and why this project isn't consistent with that. Frankly, the natural heritage program is a non-regulatory study, and there are lots of properties that are identified and forest land that is identified in the natural heritage program. This project is not inconsistent with the natural heritage program, but this project does provide a 600-foot wide wildlife corridor, and that is well in excess of what the UDO requires. There are some feeder streams on the property where we are showing a 50-foot buffer as opposed to a 100-foot buffer. But to be clear, what the UDO requires is a 50-foot buffer. There is the largest stream, the majority of the site where we have the 600-foot wildlife corridor, all that is required there is a 50-foot buffer. And we are showing a 600-foot wide undisturbed wildlife corridor. It was mentioned a couple times about fire safety, and there was some information given at one point, I think that might have been October last year, about fire safety, and that information turned out to be incorrect. That was in the staff report, and that was pretty quickly and publicly dispelled by the city. I don't know what else to say about that. I agree, it is a fact that there was a written statement in some sort of staff report, or I believe it was the memo, that suggested there could be fire capacity issue, and that was retracted pretty quickly thereafter. But that happened. And in fact, we have been told since then, and even as early as, or as recently as today, that there is in fact capacity for the city to service this area for fire safety. There was mention about the difference between the various watersheds between Wake County and Durham. I thought that was interesting. One point is the critical watershed in Durham is a mile versus in Wake County is half a mile. So the critical watershed is much larger in Durham. And then it was also said that in the rest of the area in the watershed in Wake County, the impervious limitation is 30%. Of course, this project has capped its impervious area to 24%. I'm not sure what the implication is other than to say that this project is even better than what would be required in Wake County.
Mr. Ghosh, friends, I'm going to ask you one more time. You cannot have demonstrations that are audible to us. And I have assured the same thing for you. Please. Continue, Mr. Ghosh.
And there was some, what I would call interesting math related to the housing, the need for housing in the area. I think it was suggested that there is adequate housing already approved in Durham. I mean, I just don't have any numbers to indicate that that is actually true or correct. There seems to be an endless demand for housing in Durham. I can't really compete with the numbers, but every day there are people looking for homes in Durham. I question the math on that was presented to council. And I think it's important to, I feel like there's some aspects of any project that are cherry-picked, and certainly developers are guilty of that as well as maybe residents. But to suggest that this project doesn't follow trends or doesn't follow guidelines or plans that have been adopted, I mean, I think it's really hard to ignore the fact that the Southeast Regional Lift Station, the actual lift station, is built adjacent to this property. And that facility was funded by the city specifically to spur development in this basin. There isn't property closer to that lift facility than this project. Now, this project may touch the critical watershed, but we're not in the critical watershed. I mean, the line is there for a reason, and we are providing adequate, numerous protections to the environment with everything that has been included in this project. This is a big project, but it is the size of this project that allows it to take on so many different aspects. I fail to see how that's a weakness. It was said that the road improvements wouldn't be committed to if it weren't required. That's the thing. That slide that was up at that time showed other projects that have some road improvements, none of which amount to the amount of road improvements that this project will have alone. If you cut this project into, I don't know, 5 smaller projects, whatever you want to call it, none of those projects individually, nor the 4 or 5 of them together would be required to do $4 million worth of road improvements. That is not how a TIA works. That is the point. This is a project that is going to make serious change to the road network because of its size, and it's going to do it slowly. The city has passed the phase development and tree preservation, mass grading text amendments. This project is going to be subject to all of those. There's been a number of people talk about what about the efficacy of those text amendments. So just now, staff has started saying in their staff report that this project will be subject to the phase development, mass grading text amendment, tree preservation text amendment. The point being that the projects that are subject to those text amendments haven't even started to be built yet. So the sedimentation that you're seeing is the result of development that's already happening that is not subject to that. Those pictures taken have no bearing on the efficacy of the text amendment because the text amendment hasn't even been implemented yet. So, I mean, I don't really know what to say, but other than this project does all of the things that I have heard people ask for in these chambers from an environmental standpoint, from an affordability standpoint, from a road improvement standpoint, from a housing variety standpoint. This project has all of those things and is very big. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ghosh. This is a public hearing. Is there anyone in the chamber who has not spoken that would like to speak to this matter? This is a public hearing. Seeing none, I'm going to officially declare this public hearing closed. The matter is back before the council. I will now turn to my honorable colleagues for any questions or comments. Councilmember Halsey Hyman, please.
All right, thank you. Is the developer here tonight? Are you representing the developer?
Yeah, representing the owner, and Mr. Steve George with the CSC Group is here.
Can I have him come up?
Sure.
Good evening.
Good evening. So, I'm here. So thank you. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem for having some order in the chambers because I know that the residents are very passionate. But I want to speak to how we hold the person who's representing you accountable. A little earlier, I was a little taken back with his response to the residents. It just came up to me to be a little bit arrogant and a little bit disrespectful. And it came up to me like, I'm gonna dismiss them because I already know I'm gonna get this approved. So I wanna commend Mr. Patrick Biker because every time he's in front of us, in terms of my opinion, he's very professional and very, again, professional. So I was just a little taken back. Again, I thank Mayor Pro Tem for having order. I understand that the residents were very passionate, and so they were speaking out. But I was a little it was just disrespectful to me when you, because I'm gonna hold you to a certain accountability because you are in front of us and you are presenting a development case. So I wanted to say that because it really, really upset me when you said something that was kind of just, to me, very inappropriate and dismissive. So I want to thank, not you, the person, but I want to thank Mr. Patrick Biker for when he is in front of us, that is not something that I think he does. He's very professional and holds himself accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero, then Councilmember Freeman.
I'm sorry, I did not catch your name in the blue blazer.
I'm sorry. I'm Steve George with the CSC Group.
Okay, so are you all the owner of the property now? Yes. Okay, so just out of curiosity, because I was just trying to remember, probably 6 months ago now, maybe a little bit less, we, if I'm not mistaken, the NC Heritage Program is what the city used for the Heron Rookery. I just wanted to make sure that that's correct, if my memory is serving me correctly. And so in that case, a nonprofit provider, environmental nonprofit, worked with the state of North Carolina, and the owner of that property was the city of Durham. And so out of curiosity, have the residents who from Preserve Rural Durham or others approached the property owner? Because what I'm hearing is that this is a very important site, it has a lot of ecological value, and has there been any discussion or approach to the property owner by this group of residents to actually purchase or work with a nonprofit entity to purchase the land? Because what I've been hearing consistently is they don't want it developed at all. I think when folks come here, they often, there's often a conversation, it's like, it's either gonna be by right or it's a rezoning. And I've always my belief has been often environmentally, what is being provided this evening with this case specifically is way beyond what the UDO requires, especially on the environmental side. And so if the goal is to preserve the property because of its natural heritage value, then my encouragement for residents is to work with the nonprofit provider community or create your own nonprofit and seek to buy the land so that you can do the things that you're asking. Because the question before us as a council isn't, is this going to get developed or not? It's a question of, is this going to be septic, big $1 million homes, or is this going to be a more dense development but with very committed proffers? And that is the trade-off here. And that will always be the trade-off here. If the ask from the community is do not develop, then my urgency to you all is to, which you're all well-resourced, I think most of you are retired, build relationships with the nonprofit community to purchase the land. And so I'm just asking the owner, has there been an approach to you to purchase the land by environmental nonprofits or by the folks here who are advocating?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Thank you. Mr. Ghosh? Yes. As the attorney representing the client, had there been any approaches to you, either through residents or nonprofits, to purchase this land to preserve it?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I just wanted to go back to a resident's comments. She was getting ready to say what the state law was, and she was cut off. I just wanted to come back and hear what the state law she was getting ready to say. Ms. Sherry Zam Rosenthal.
Ma'am, could you repeat your question?
You were getting ready to say something about the state law, and I was making a note, and I missed.
I don't believe, well, I was going to make a general point about state law, which is that there is a lot of authority in municipalities to govern development, and that city councils are set up specifically as a check and balance against the profit motive in the industry. And I know that some of the council members have said to their constituents, particularly in the People's Alliance, I've had people from PA ask me if it is true that city councils have no real authority anymore because of being overruled by the state. And I say, no, that's not true. There's plenty of authority. I just would like to speak to Javiera's point, which is that, you know, this property already has a zoning of residential rural. It's not like it doesn't have any zoning where it can't be developed at all. What's before this council is whether to approve a rezoning and an annexation. It isn't even in your jurisdiction unless you annex it. It's completely developable, and no one's saying anything different. Does that answer your question?
I appreciate it. Thank you. And I had a couple of questions for staff as well.
Councilmember Freeman, sorry.
Thank you. I think Councilmember, I'll see. Councilmember Johnson, I don't know if you had your hand up, so I'll.
No, I had a couple of
Councilmember Freeman's
questions
not complete. She's not complete with her questioning. So.
And I just wanted to hear staff's or just response to the testing of efficacy of those measures that we put in place and what the plan is around that, or if it has occurred or hasn't occurred, and just making sure we address that.
Sure. Sarah Young with the Planning Department. My understanding from the sedimentation and erosion control staff at the county is that there have not been projects yet that have come through that are using those measures. So they don't have data yet to say, you know, how effective they are. That is something that the county staff will be tracking and evaluating and providing feedback as we rewrite the UDO.
And then I'm not sure, I appreciate that, thank you, because I mean, if there's no projects to test, you can't test it, but I do want to know what is happening with the projects right now. So I know that we don't have soil erosion staff here, but I do think that it will be important to make sure that it's clear to my colleagues and to the public that the cost is definitely a concern, and that the presentation we received I think that the last meeting, at the last work session, covered up to 2018. And so we have not seen what the cost will be from 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023. And so that $73 million is to 2018. That's not for all of the cases and all of the repairs that'll need to be done to our buffer, our streams or creeks going forward. And that is where the issue is for me. I am also trying to figure out how we coordinate, because this is a national heritage site, as Councilmember Caballero mentioned, similar to the Rookery. It is city-owned because the city took it over. and I want to figure out if the city should do the same in this area or if it should be the county. But in terms of the speed of which how things move, this is the last area of that creek that is before you get to the lake. I had a chance to see the site, and it is really disheartening to understand how many environmentalists live in the city and don't appreciate what harms we're creating with these projects across the city and the county as we continue to annex around all of these sensitive and critically impaired areas, or that we're creating critically impaired areas. I did want to, I'm not sure where we're going with this, but if we are planning to just dry up all the lakes and creeks, how are we going, what is the benefit here? And how is that going to impact, as we move forward, all of this lack of plan around the schools, around the fire, around police? Because, as I said, if we are at 2018 in these repairs and at 73 million, I can imagine it's another 200 million to cover just repairs. And this is just a mounting kind of conversation. And then add on to it the lawsuits and all of the residents who have essentially been documenting the harm we've been creating along the way. I'm really starting to get concerned about where our liability ends, because it is not just in passing these cases and then having developers come online in the county as city with residents. And so I am not sure who can answer that question, but I would love to have some guidance.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson?
I would love to have some guidance first.
You have,
I think the city attorney was getting ready to.
you're directing it to who?
The city attorney was getting ready to say something.
I wasn't planning on saying anything, but there was a lot in your inquiry. A lot of it is directed at other jurisdictions, at staff. I will say, for my part, we've not been served with any litigation, so I'm not aware of what the exposure is to the city itself around lawsuits, and I really can't speak to much of the other parts of your inquiry, Councilmember.
And I think the city manager as well.
Thank you. I agree that was a lot. And I don't, if you have something very specific that you would like for us to respond to this evening, we do actually have, we do review the meetings, and we try to, parse out the things that we can provide additional information for, answer questions, and you've seen us do that. But I'm not really sure exactly what you're asking me or the city leadership in planning tonight to answer about this case.
In this case, specifically from 2019 forward, all of the development that has occurred in that area, is there a cost estimate on the repairs that'll be necessary for that stream or creek?
The short answer is no.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Johnson?
And then I did also have a follow-up. Just want to make sure that where it's possible to have some follow-up conversation with the county about the tankers and the denied claims and the pre-inspection reports that have not been received by residents in the community. I understand that, some folks are over it, but I do think that there's seriously some issues of injustice in an area that is environmentally sensitive that folks need addressed. And whether it's in the city or the county, as much as we've been annexing, I think we have some responsibility around that. And so it would be great to get some follow-up responses on where the county is on, I guess, making sure that that water is available, because those wells are impaired and it is due to the blasting that has occurred. And the claims that folks have talked about, if there's no process in the city after we've annexed, we need to figure out what that would look like, because you're leaving the residents. We're putting all the onus on residents in the community to come up with a response to an issue that we're creating, and I don't think that's very fair. So I'm not sure who's going to follow up on that, whether it would be Mayor Pro Tem or the city manager or city attorney, but I do think that that's important.
Councilmember, to your query, Commissioner Jacobs and I have been in conversation about a targeted and coordinated response regarding documented cases where we can document blasting damage that's tied to a particular. I'm very interested in bringing to accountability any developer that's done damage to any resident or citizen's home through blasting. So the short answer is Commissioner Jacobs and I have had some conversation and do plan on having some follow-up.
Is there a timeline on that?
No, we're going to talk. All right. Councilmember Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I just have a couple questions for staff. Hi. So is this request, this is inside the urban growth boundary, I'm assuming, because we're doing it. Is it in a future growth area, or is it just in the regular UGB?
Not to my knowledge, it is not in the future growth area.
Okay. So my understanding with the strategy behind an urban growth boundary is that you draw a line and then you don't provide city services outside of it so that area can't develop. So you don't develop outside of it. Is the opposite also true? Like, is the intention of an urban growth boundary to provide a space within it that we do develop?
Generally, yes, that is the intent. We do have in our newly adopted comprehensive plan different place types that help to determine what the characteristics of certain areas should look like.
Okay. And my understanding is that, by providing an urban growth boundary, and my experience with this is with like Chapel Hill and Carborough, that if you don't develop within the urban growth boundary, that because you have the line where you can't develop on the outside of it, it becomes more important to develop on the inside of it in order to provide, like we only have a limited amount of space now to provide for community needs. Is that general, like, is that your understanding of that theory? Yes. Okay. Do we have a density at which the city would say something is high density? Like, residents often refer to these 3 units per acre, for example, proposals as high density. Like, what does the city consider high density?
That is a good question. I might defer to Sarah Young, who might have a more detailed answer for you.
Thanks.
Sure. So I will say that new comprehensive plan doesn't have specific density ranges like the prior comprehensive plan did. But I would say something, 4 units to the acre, that's quarter-acre lots, that is not what planning staff considers high density. High density, I would say, is 50, 60 units to the acre and up.
Okay. So you would consider this a low-density development?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And could you tell me just what do you understand about what a natural heritage area is or means in terms of development?
So I will say a couple of things about this. One is we did, those of you that are on the Joint City-County Planning Committee may remember that we looked maybe a year or 2 ago at the possibility of strengthening our environmental regulations to sync up with the Natural Heritage Program. And the feedback we got from the state was that they were not in favor of that their program is not intended to be regulatory. And so we kind of stopped course there. It is, my understanding is it's a tool that's supposed to be used voluntarily to protect land, but it is not a regulatory tool. Similar to the Eastern Durham Open Space Plan that has this land as, a wildlife habitat. When you read the policies in the plan, even the policies say there are different ways to get at it. It doesn't mean don't develop the land. It says you can develop it by clustering or you could put it in conservation. So it gives options for ways to accomplish some of those broader goals. Mm-hmm. Did that answer your question, Council Member?
Yes, very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Williams, please.
Yeah, there have been a lot of comments tonight, and I just wanted to get some clarity. Has the city been sued for any development cases right now?
The city attorney's office has not been notified that the city has been served with any lawsuit related to development.
All right, so we should probably not use such language so loosely. Regarding the blasting, has there been any recent updates, this is to staff, on the fire department's response to the blasting? Because if we haven't determined that yet, then I'd like to know where we are in it. And if we haven't, then we shouldn't pretend that it is. But this is a very serious matter, and I want to know where we are with that.
Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager for Public Safety. Preserve Rural Durham did forward a number of blasting complaints to the city in early September. The City Fire Marshal's Office investigated all of those complaints, summarized their findings in a letter that we did share back with Preserve Rural Durham. I believe that memorandum was also provided to council. So that's the most recent formal exchange that I'm aware of. If there have been concerns or complaints that have been brought to the Fire Marshal's Office since that time, I can get an update tomorrow from staff, but that's the most recent exchange I'm aware of.
So was it determined that the blasting was deteriorating the wells or fracturing foundation?
There were a number of different concerns and complaints that were transmitted in the letter. To my recollection, there were not any confirmed cases where the city had evidence or the city had been presented evidence that blasting was determined to be the cause of damage to a well.
Okay. All right, thank you. This project, well, one more question maybe for staff. What indicators do we, or factors go into play when determining whether we build a school, or what is that process order? Do we build a school first and wait for the growth, or do we have to have the density give us the indicators to build the schools?
So that's a good,
or whatever resources there may be.
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't mean to speak for Durham Public Schools, but they're not here, and I am. So Durham Public Schools works closely with us. They do their own tracking of development, and they track not only what's approved, but remember, approving something is different than it, getting built. So they also track actual units built and where they're built. And then that informs their long-range capital planning for where they need schools. So I'm not privy to the details of how they do that, but I do know from our regular meetings with them that they do track that, and that informs how they program when to build a school and where.
Thank you. Do we have any idea of when we will get the infrastructure enhancements that are being offered in this project if we do not accept this one? For that, like Highway 98 widening and the stoplights, traffic mitigation. So let's say this goes down tonight. When could we expect infrastructure?
Yes, so Bill Judge, City Transportation. In terms of the majority of the widening on NC 98, most of that is not funded. There are turn lanes for some of the developments or signals where other developments may have proffered it, but the sort of the continuous additional lane, receiving lane and eastbound lane on NC 98 that the developer referred to earlier, this is the only development that has proffered that improvement. So if this development's not approved, it would be up to some sort of future funding to be identified for that.
And we know how transportation goes so fast, right? We're at what, 2055 right now?
Well, yeah, they're starting the 2055 Metropolitan Transportation Plan now for adoption and determining, which projects should be funded within the next 30 years.
Thank you. So let me say this comment. The First Amendment works both ways, but I also understand that I want to make sure that I practice decorum up here, so I am going to respond. I have been out there. I've been out to that area. And what really got my attention was this drop off, this cliff that you all were talking about. So that really got me to go out there. But also, I always see the same faces. So I wanted to go and just meet some folks. And I gotta say, there are folks that share the same concern, and there are folks that don't. And the fact of the matter is, this is a growing area. And the folks in the room right now, you already know what I'm gonna say. But this is a growing area. And there are give and takes. And I'm looking at what I see in this project, and I'm looking at what our needs are as a community. And I look forward to supporting this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Colleagues, anyone else?
I have a couple questions.
Councilmember Freeman.
Just a follow-up for...
From Councilmember Caballero, then I'll yield to you. Councilmember Caballero, go ahead.
I just had a question for staff about what could be built by right. What would the buffers be like? What would be the standard? Can you just give us a picture?
Right, so the most intense existing use would be 321 single-family homes, and they would have to adhere to, at a minimum, the UDO requirements. So this is in the FJB, so they would have the 24% or 70% impervious surface limits, and then also be required to adhere to the 100-foot intermittent and 50-foot perennial stream buffers. This site is also, it has that wildlife corridor, so a 300-foot buffer would be recommended.
But not?
There's currently no strict regulation for that.
And the 321 single-family homes, there would be no road improvements, and we wouldn't get any, there would be like no traffic signals, we wouldn't get the wildlife corridor. The sedimentation and erosion and all that would still apply because that's now part of the UDO.
Yes, that would apply.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Ghosh, and maybe you're going to be speculating too, what's the current price of a single-family home out that way right now, if you had to speculate?
I'm sorry, are you asking what you
would predict, like if 321 single-family homes were built instead of the proposed thing, what do you think it would be the cost of a single-family house?
I mean, to be fair, I couldn't really even, but it would be north of, each home would be north of, I would say north of 600,000. But honestly, I have no idea.
That's what I've seen out 98. This was pre-pandemic. Out 98 towards Wake Forest in Wake County. At that point, I was seeing 700,000 plus.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
End of 2019 or 2020. And then really quickly, what is your anticipated, and I know it's, again, things get wonky, but what is your anticipated price points for the different product?
Yeah, so the townhomes would likely be in the mid-3s, and the single-family homes would probably start in the mid-4s. And I mean, I will say, by the end of the development, I would not be surprised if they were going in the 600s as well.
Okay, and then can you remind me, I know it's in the packet, but what's the product?
Mix?
Yeah, thank you.
So it's 665 total units, and about 70% are townhomes.
So we're seeing a lot more of that mid-300 range.
Oh, yeah, for
than
sure.
we are. Okay, thank you. I have a few more questions for staff. I apologize. And Sarah, this is probably going to be a question for you because you're going to help me. This is institutional memory question, and you may not have an update for me. A few years ago now, there was a project near Merrick Moore Elementary. It was a conservation subdivision. A lot of community came out. One of the proffers was a sidewalk all the way to the school. There was a ton. And tons of community came out. We ultimately decided no in response to community. Now that is a by right development. Do you have any idea how that development is negotiating with the neighborhood next door?
Actually, I don't.
Okay. I was just curious to see if they'd gotten any of the things that they would have maybe gotten with the proffered developer. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Freeman, you had another question?
Thank you. Just going back to the, I think this question would be for either city manager or both Ferguson regarding these, the evidence that you received or haven't received. I just want to know if part of that evidence would be a pre-inspection report that the residents have not been able to get from those who've been blasting.
Good evening, Bo Ferguson, Deputy City Manager. So the Fire Marshal's office is able to investigate any concern that a resident brings if they claim that they were not offered a pre-inspection report, if they claim they received a pre-inspection and did not receive the results of that, we are able to follow up on any of those concerns. At this point, the Fire Marshal's office has not made me aware of any claim that they have been able to validate that a concern around a pre-inspection either not being offered or being offered and not being followed through on has been validated. We have not received any confirmations of those concerns.
And then just on, I think the next question, I appreciate that, thank you. So I'll follow up with the resident that mentioned that she has not.
Yeah, anyone who has a concern, please feel free to contact me, contact the Fire Marshal's office. They have records and they can access records from the blasting companies to be able to verify if those inspections were offered and if they were completed.
And then for, I think, Sarah, I know you're speaking for DPS this evening. I just want to know how the schools are funded when they need to be brought online.
So my understanding is obviously there's a variety of ways that school funding happens. There's tax dollars that goes towards that. The county participates in that. There's some state funding, I believe, that it might also be. I'm not an expert in funding that, but essentially it's taxpayer dollars that are paying for schools.
And then just for transportation as well. Thank you, I appreciate that. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding that this burden is on the taxpayer. And then for Mr. Judd, for those projects that are not funded to date, how are we able to get those moving as a city?
So, yes, Bill Judge, Transportation. There are different potential funding options. It would all be likely taxpayer-driven, either through the state NCDOT. They have a state transportation improvement process program where they fund future construction. The MPO identifies projects, submits them. There's a scoring criteria to determine which projects are most competitive and fund it. So that's the primary option, particularly along state roads. That doesn't preclude the city from doing, using city taxpayer money to also do widening.
So again, it's city taxpayers who will be on the hook for that. I appreciate that, thank you. And then I just, so for the natural heritage conservation area, I did want to just note there's a reason it's been designated that area, but in this situation, specifically for this piece of property, it is at essentially at the mouth of the lake that has been essentially in a conversation for the last 6 years or so about how much we're going to spend to repair it. And so I do want to make sure that that's not missed in this, that this is not just about a natural heritage area. This is actually about how much money it's going to cost us as a city, the taxpayers of the city and the county, to repair what has already been done and continue to repair what will continue to be done around these sensitive areas that are around Falls Lake, through Lick Creek, and a number of other areas. I hear my colleagues on council, and I just want to make sure that the folks of the city understand what the cost is, because you won't come back and tell me that I didn't tell you. I told you. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Colleagues, thank you. Staff, there's one very specific, quick question. Under issues and analysis, item F, the second paragraph is what I was alluding to. When this annexation was initially submitted, it was non-contiguous to the primary corporate limits. Since that time, the site is now contiguous to the primary corporate city limits. This proposal is consistent with this policy due to the contiguous nature of the annexation. Does that jive with your understanding?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And we did find that earlier. I'm glad you circled back to that. However, under state law, the annexation still has to be considered non-contiguous because it is based on the status when it was submitted. So we let you know that it's contiguous now, but it's still classified in the ordinance, has it shown as non-contiguous as required by state law. So I appreciate the chance to make that clarification.
No, I think that's an important, I figured there was some kind of legal chicanery, no offense, in it. That's all I had. Thank you. While I've already closed the public hearing, this matter is before the council. Colleagues, there being nothing else, I'm sorry, Councilmember Williams, forgive me. You did, go ahead,
No, it's all good. The owner of the properties, are you all local or are you like out of town, corporate out of town? Oh, you're local? Okay. All right, wanted to clarify that. Also, there is a venue out there. Do we know what the traffic flow of that venue is in that area? It's like a winery or something. The Zinc House.
Would you suspend for a second? Councilmember Williams, who are you directing the question to? We don't yell out from the gallery here. We don't do that here. No, it's okay if he was directing it to you. No worries.
Well, I'm notorious for asking questions I know the answer to.
And would the responder please come to the podium for the...
If you would like to respond.
Okay.
I have been in contact with Division 5 engineer, John Sander. He's the district engineer. He reviews all the plans, approves the driveway permits. He told me that Zinc House Rock opened up without a driveway permit. DOT did not realize it was even out there until they saw it on an advertisement. They immediately contacted Zinc House Rock. They're now working on their traffic and also getting surveys so they can submit a driveway permit to DOT in the after fact. And I just talked to John like 2 weeks ago, and he said he still hasn't gotten the request yet. But anyway, Sandra.
Thank you so much. I think they're working on that, and I think it's going to cost about $400K to widen that part of the road, and that's on the resident as well. And so these road infrastructure enhancements, I'm looking forward to it because we really are going to need them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero.
Yeah, I have one more question for the owner.
And I'm so sorry, I should add, it's about 2,000 cars on the weekend.
Thank you. I'm assuming that that somebody sold you the property that you are trying to develop.
Yes, yes.
How long ago was that sold to you?
It was bought in two parts, but probably 2 years ago.
Would you characterize the previous owner as maybe a longtime Durhamite?
Yes, very long time, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Freeman.
I would just ask, would you characterize the previous owner as a former Planning Commission member?
I'm not aware of that, no. I don't know if that's true or not.
Thank you, colleagues. I don't ever want to stifle council members, but if we've exhausted all of our questions or comments, no, I'm serious. Each of you, I want to. At midnight, I'm good. I want to honor each of your prerogatives. Item number 24 requires two motions. I'll entertain a motion. Entertain motion number 1 to adopt an ordinance annexing Perry Farm into the city of Durham effective December 31st, 2023, and to authorize the city manager to enter into a utility extension agreement with the CSC Group LLC.
So move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 4-3 with Councilmember or Mayor O'Neill and Council Members Freeman and Holsley Hyman voting no.
Thank you. Motion number 2, to adopt an ordinance amending the Unified Development Ordinance by taking property out of the residential rural Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as Planned Development Residential 3.155 Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B city jurisdiction, and by taking property out of the residential rural Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B county jurisdiction and establishing the same as rural residential with a textual development plan, limiting the uses to public and civic, Falls Jordan Lake Watershed Protection District B, city jurisdiction.
So move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report it. I'm sorry. No, ma'am. We'll fix it. Please close the vote and report out.
Mayor Pro Tem, the vote is the same. It's a 4-3 vote with Mayor O'Neill and Council Members Freeman and Holsey Hyman voting no.
Okay, Councilmember Holsey, I had some concerns, but it seems like it did register the way. Yes, ma'am. Motion number 3, to adopt a consistency statement as required by NCGS 160D-605.
So move.
Second.
I hear a motion from Councilmember Williams, heard a motion from Councilmember Williams, and a second from Councilmember Johnson. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
The motion passes 6-1 with Councilmember Freeman voting no.
Thank you.
It's actually a yes. I'm sorry.
Would you record Councilmember Freeman's vote as a yes? Thank you. Madam Clerk, before I yield to the mayor, did the participatory budgeting steering committee appointment, did that require action, or was that just advisory on your part?
No, Mayor Pro Tem, we need to vote on that tonight.
Need to vote on it. Madam Mayor, with your permission. Item number 26, to appoint I'll entertain a motion to appoint Tracy Gibson and Murphy Liu to the Participatory Budgeting Steering Committee, representing at large, with the terms to expire on June 30th, 2024.
Move.
Second.
I heard a motion from Councilmember Williams and a second from Councilmember Caballero. Madam Clerk, would you please open the vote? Please close the vote and report out.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I yield the gavel back to Her Honor.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Please excuse me, you all. I'm seem to be becoming allergic to this seat, seems like, because I get into it and I do a lot of coughing. Tomorrow is voting day. I remind you all to make your voices known and heard. This is my next to my last. I have one more city council meeting. You have a new mayor tomorrow night that will be named, and we'll go from there. Bull City strong. You are adjourned at 11:54 on November 6, 2023.
Clickers, yeah. Thanks much.
It's almost good morning.
I know, really, right? Almost.
Y'all can pass those clickers down in the papers, Mark.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, take that over there for me. All righty.